All right, welcome in. It is backstage. We're ready to go. It is Thursday, and just another day, another slate of games. And you know what? You had to expect this. We appeased the casuals yesterday, making Creighton the feature game because if you polled like actual college basketball fans, no one would ever say that was the feature game yesterday. Today, I'm going to override any of the top 25 stuff. The feature game is Brian Power's alma mater, the Ohio Bobcats, taking on what I consider to be one of the better mid-major teams in the country in the Illinois State Redbirds. We have a Missouri Valley guy in Rob Vino. We have an Ohio Bobcat alum in Brian Power. So that's where we're starting today. That is the feature game, the best game on Thursday slate by a mile, in my opinion. So welcome in, boys. I'll go to Rob first. Illinois State, Ohio. How do you see this one going down? This is in Athens tonight. Yes, it is. Athens at the Convocation Center tonight.
Yeah, this is a big one, guys. These two teams, well, you can tell by the point spread, right? 1.5. These are two pretty evenly matched teams on paper. Let's start with Ohio U, which lost here Monday night to Arkansas State. I'm going to bring up Arkansas State here for a reason, but Arkansas State, we'll dive into them a little bit. Head coaching change there. Ryan Pannone, a Nate Oates disciple, comes in. Interestingly, guys, he took over for Brian Hodgson, another Nate Oates disciple who didn't follow the Nate Oates way at Arkansas State, slowed them down. I think I read somewhere where they only played 6 total games last year over 70 possessions. That's just not Nate Oates' style. So in comes Pannone, who decides, I'm playing Nate Oates' style. And he walks in here with that high pressure. Again, we'll use I don't have to use anything. Everybody knows Nate Oates at Alabama, Nate Oates at Buffalo. You know the style they play. They win the game, 89-85. Arkansas State had 14 new players Monday night. They shoot 58.6% from 2, 37% from 3 in typical Nate Oates style. And this is probably low. We'll see more of this. We'll see this number increase, guys, as the season goes on. But Arkansas State shot 27 threes against Ohio U and went to the free throw line 28 times. That just goes with the style of play, 28 free throws. They essentially walked in there unproven, untested, all that newness, and they beat Ohio U at a game that Ohio U really likes to play. Ohio U wants to go up tempo as well. I think it's all relevant here because Illinois State is going to increase tempo a little bit this year as they get let's just say they're more veteran. They have a core 4. They go about 8 deep. They went fairly fast last year. I made a lot of money last year, probably more money than on any other team playing Illinois State overs. But those overs weren't the type of over that we're looking at tonight. We're looking at 146s, 147s last year, 145s. Illinois State was getting over. They come in here, like I say, 8 deep. They shoot the 3. They win 22 games last year. They win the CBI, which should be a stepping stone to a better season this year with all the returning talent that they have. They're a top 3 contender in the Missouri Valley. The only question to me is, can Ohio U or will Ohio U lose back-to-back home games? It's a quick turnaround, home redemption game against a team that they're capable of beating. They're just as good, at least on paper, as the other side. They have a core 4 returning. They add Javon Simmons to this team. Hardaway was the best player on the floor the other night for Ohio U. So there's assets there as well. I would say this real quick. Ohio U didn't play bad Monday night. Arkansas State just played better. What you find when you go through the numbers and looking at the game a little bit on replay, they got crushed on the boards. 41-25, Ohio U gets destroyed in rebounding. Can Illinois State do the same? I'm not sure. As I mentioned earlier, I made a lot of money last year betting on Illinois State totals. This one's a little bit too high for me. I can't get there at 157.5. I think Illinois State is the slightly better team, but the situational angle keeps me off of that too. I think Ohio U could very well bounce back and win a home game. They got one under their belt. Illinois State, it's their opener for the season. So it's a lot of descriptives and a lot of analysis to not play a game, but I just can't come up with a clear side or total in this one, guys. These are two teams you probably want to watch all season long. You probably are going to end up on quite a bit this season. I know I will with Illinois State. So, Brian, I'll let it over to you and see what you got in Ohio U for us.
Well, some could accuse me, if you will, of being a little biased in this situation. But I was talking to our good friend Trig Keith Landry, who is in the chat as we speak. And
you bet. I see him.
Yes, and he can vouch for this, that this happened. He and I were talking about this game actually before I even knew this would be our featured game here on the fourth day of Full Court Press. And we both came to the conclusion that Ohio U is the right side here. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to lead off. I'm going to come out swinging. We lost our parlay yesterday after going 2 for 2. The show began by going 2 for 2 with our 3-leg parlays. We're off, so we need to bounce back. I'm throwing my leg right in. It is Ohio University on the money line here. Look, I like Rob. I spent a lot of time poring over this box score of Ohio and Arkansas State from the other night. Rob's right. The rebounding was a problem. What was interesting, though, is you get destroyed on the glass, Rob. Typically what you see is a team will then have end up with far fewer field goal attempts. That actually wasn't the case with OU. What happened was Arkansas State lived at the foul line, and they cashed in. I mean, free throw shooting is one of those high variance stats in modern college basketball, right? I mean, some teams just aren't good at making them. Some teams will make you pay. Arkansas State went to Athens, and they went 25 of 28 from the line. That was the difference in a 4-point win where they scored 57 points in the second half. OU's got to be better at guarding the three. They were terrible at guarding the three last year, okay? One of the worst teams in the entire country. Pavletsky back. Rob mentioned some of the new talent that came in. Simmons, Connors. I think OU is not going to lose back-to-back home games to start the year. I will take them on the money line here. I think you can still get a pretty cheap price, Trig. Let's confirm that price. I don't want to be telling people to bet like minus 145 because I know the market is moving in the direction of the Bobcats. It was minus 120, I believe, when I looked last.
Yeah, I was going to say
even minus 110. I even saw some minus 110s before we talked, but I think that had come up. So hold on here.
I see it kind of bouncing back and forth. I still see it looks like pick. I think Ohio +1 might still be out there. No, it's -1. Okay.
You
know what?
I see a lot of minus 115s.
Yeah, we'll take that's good.
Minus 108 at DraftKings, a wildly available book. Now in bed with ESPN. My sources behind me are yelling that DraftKings is now in bed with ESPN. I don't know what we're allowed to talk about. What's not.
ESPN couldn't withdraw fast enough.
So this is, I have a couple of things that support your argument here, Brian. My friend Ryan Hammer, great college basketball follow, absolutely someone you should be following, puts out awesome content, tweeted this out a couple weeks ago. And I took a screenshot of it, not knowing that we would talk about this here, but I found it in my phone because it was something I wanted to remember. And he posted, college basketball's best statistical home court advantages, last 3 years of home versus non-home difference in win percentage, net rating, opponent field goal, and attendance. And so he had the power conference, or the entire country, which is mostly power conferences, on the left, and the non-powers on the right. When the budget increases for this show, I'll have it on screen. But for now, you're just going to have to take my word for it. The number one, so a power conference being defined as like the Power Five. Non-power would be everyone else. So the number one non-power to hit all those metrics is Dayton, which should surprise nobody. I've been to the UD Arena. It is incredible spot. And it's well known that Dayton wins all their games there for the most part. The number 2 on that non-power list is the Convocation Center in Athens, Ohio. So if you need something to back up how good they've been at home, not just like how good
last year was real stark. Last year was very, very stark. Yeah, they were a completely different team, home versus road.
Completely different team, home versus road. You come off of a home loss, which Rob kind of pointed out. Hey, like Arkansas State, they're a good team. They're going to be in the mix in that league again, and they just played a really good game. Sometimes you have to tip your cap. You go back to this game last year in Normal, Illinois. Illinois State was the host. This is a return game. Ohio led in the second half of that game. I think had like a decent lead, maybe like an 8 to 10 point lead. And Illinois State just like did what they can do, started hitting every shot. I think they ended up I think that game got to 160 last year, which, Rob, I'm seeing 160 now across the board for the total of this game. So, what your argument for an over like points certainly makes sense, but it looks like the market thinks the same, right? That's up to 160, open 156.5. Now I'm seeing 160.5. So the market definitely thinks there's going to be some points in this game. But yeah, Ohio coming off of a tough loss where they didn't play badly, I wouldn't want to go against them here. So even though my personal number, I'm at like Illinois, I may have to re-weight out my home court for Ohio. I may have to add more points for home court for them, because I was at Illinois State -3.5 here. And I'm like, for a number, and I'm going to like retract that on air and say I didn't add enough in for Ohio home court. It gets me back closer to like probably 1.5 or 2. So even though I think Illinois State's a better team, not nearly a big enough edge for me to go against Ohio coming off a loss on their home floor. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, let's peel open the box score from last year, shall we? You were spot on, Trig. It did end up at 160 on the nose last year. Illinois State wins 85-75 at home. OU leads by 6. They had a 6-point lead midway through the second half of that game before they let it get away. And what was the key? I mentioned in my initial breakdown that the Bobcats had all sorts of trouble defending the 3 last year. Well, Illinois State in that game shot 52.6% from 3. They shot 61.2% for the game. That's not going to happen at the corner of Richland and Route 682, guys.
Keith Landry says it's Thirsty Thursday in Athens. I mean, if anyone would know about that, it would be you. So is that a thing?
Look. This has been a big week in A-Town. Obviously, last weekend, the biggest party of the year, Halloween. It is legitimately the best Halloween celebration in this country down in Athens, Ohio, every year. At least it wasn't my day. It was a little annoying for actually as a student there because, getting where you want to go. All of a sudden, you have thousands of people flooding Court Street. And then, of course, Tuesday, we beat Miami to kick off action in football. That was also on campus. So, yeah, could round out a big week of partying. Although I hear college students don't party like they used to, which is sickening.
Sad. Yeah, Brian and I were in Pittsburgh after a Pitt Panthers game a couple weeks ago.
Against Duke.
National
television. No one's drinking after the game, Rob.
It wasn't Tuesday.
I'm a parent, and I'm whining about kids not drinking. Where is the underage?
Brian and I just wanted to find a bar. It was a 9 p.m. game. Yeah. It was a 9 p.m. game, national TV. So it got out around 11, and we just wanted to find a bar to get a drink at, and you couldn't find one close to the arena. So
the burrito was a little
bit. Can I add real quick, guys? Can I add to the list of things on the Ohio U resume as a father of a Belmont student? The very first time ESPN drove their trucks to the Michael Curb Center in Nashville to cover Belmont on ESPN News or U or whatever they were on, it was against Ohio U, believe it or not. So Ohio U, another thing on their resume, first team to play Belmont in an ESPN televised game. How about that?
Was that the old Bracket Busters days or something like that? Probably.
That was a night game. When you guys said 9 o'clock at night, reminded me that was a night game, late night, which was really weird for Belmont, a Central Time Zone team, to be playing that late at night. And Ohio U was clearly the better team, but they lost. Belmont did win that game, so it was a big night for Bruiser Bruin and the Belmont, faithful.
Matt in the chat says, "Love the new show. Listen to the podcast version every day." We appreciate the feedback, and we have 45 minutes. Rest of the show, it's going to be all questions from the chat. So that's the goal here. Get in. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out one more thing about this Ohio 3-point defense. By the way, I talked about Ryder and its inability to hit threes. That came back to bite them again last night. Just, we're not just pulling stuff out of thin air, gang. But with the Illinois State shooting so well in that meeting last year, they were overall not a good 3-point shooting team last year. Outside the top, they were close to, 300th in 3-point shooting nationally, which obviously is not good at all. They're at home. They hit them against this Ohio team who I think, and Rob, I don't know, feel free to maybe correct me if you feel differently. 3-point defense is one of those stats that can vary wildly from year to year. Yes, you have teams that year in, year out stink at defending the arc, and some teams that are very good at it. But I think, you look at a team like Ohio, that it feels like an outlier what happened to them last year from outside, what they allowed their opponents to shoot.
Just general theory, guys, I feel like the faster paced game you play, the more broken court there is, the more open threes there are. So if you're a fast-paced team, you probably give up threes at a higher percentage than a team that wants to come down and settle in and anchor into half-court defense and defend the perimeter, et cetera, et cetera. And Ohio, you played at pace last year, so it makes a little bit of sense. They gave up 37% the other night to Arkansas State, which isn't a monstrous number, but it's a high enough number to get beat with, as they found out, if you combine it with free throw shooting and a rebounding disadvantage, et cetera, et cetera. Whether or not Illinois State, first of all, Illinois State won't play a NATO style. That's one thing. And second of all, whether or not Illinois State can dominate on the glass the way that Arkansas State did that night. Those are all, like you say, high variance stuff, Brian. But I do think the faster you play, the more apt you are to give up more open threes, which just leads to a higher percentage.
And the problem in that Arkansas State game was the volume, right? Because Arkansas State got off 27 threes against OU in the opener. So if you're attempting 27 threes, you don't even need to shoot necessarily a great percentage. You're gonna make a fair number regardless.
Yeah, it's going to be a great watch tonight. Production won't clip that, but that is as good of a 13-minute discussion on this game as you're going to find. And Brian Power has kicked off Thursday's parlay with Ohio on the money line. So we're off and running here. I'm going to move on. It wouldn't be an Adam Trigger college basketball show if we didn't go from that game directly to the extra board, but that's what we're going to do. And Jay Buff is in the chat. He says, "Night sweatshirt trig." Let me move that comment.
What up, Buff?
Let me move that comment so you can see my Moyne Dolphins hoodie. Moyne Dolphins right here in Syracuse, New York. I know Jay Buff's been to his share of Moyne. That's it. Listen, if you're looking for a
does he have the picture of the chick?
I was gonna say, don't let's not get Joe Ranieri in here to talk about Moyne.
That is again. Yeah, that's a reference to the OG show when we used to do the college basketball show. We had a running joke with Moyne, and I'll tie that in because that was the first year Moyne. That was the first year Moyne was in Division I.
Yes,
and they overachieved. They played better than I think anyone gave them a chance to play. Finished third or fourth in the NEC in their first year, and last year took a pretty big step back. And the reason that this team took a step back last year is they didn't defend at all. And I look at this team this year, but so they had some good players on that team last year. AJ Dantzler's now at Coastal Carolina. O'Cypher Owens is at Tarleton State. They had some players that went on to play who are now at bigger schools. And I think the perception here is that Moyne lost some of their best guys, but I think they might have, Dantzler's a great shooter, but I think those are some of the offenders of playing absolutely zero defense. And, going back, seeing Nate Champion, Moyne head coach, sort of bring this team from D2 to D1 and going back 2 years ago, that was a better defensive team. And I know he wants to stress defense a little bit more this year with this roster who still has a good amount of players back from last year. And I think if you look at them in the context of the NEC, one of the low major conferences out there, one of the smallest conferences, perennial 16 seed in the NCAA tournament. This team's got, in my opinion, just as much to be excited about as the top teams in this league, some of which we might talk about today. LIU, Central Connecticut State. I'm not saying that on a talent level they're on par with them, but this could be a pretty good team. Now I'll kick this over to Rob, who can give us the Xavier side of the coin a little bit here. Richard Pitino, first year. Looks to me like this is going to be very much a rebuild. And if you go back in Richard Pitino's career, he's almost okay with that. If you go back to his first year at New Mexico, they finished 10th in the Mountain West. New Mexico, with their eyes closed, should be able to finish better than 10th in the Mountain West most years. But I think it speaks to Richard Pitino wanting to build a team his way, get freshmen in, that are going to be with the program for a couple of years. Go back, Minnesota, he did well with the team he inherited, but then like year 2 or year 3 was a total rebuild. He was at the bottom of the conference. I think he feels like his job security is probably okay, so he's not worried about losing in year 1. Marist hung around with Xavier the other night. Xavier's getting bet up here, like they're just going to win this game by 30. I got to disagree with that. I kind of like the Dolphins, Brian.
The Lemoyne Dolphins going swimming with Lemoyne.
There's no water out here. I don't know why. It's a religious reference. We have no ocean near Syracuse. Just if anyone was confused as to where they're located. But Rob, talk to me about Xavier. Why are they taking all this money here?
Yeah, well, it's got to be first off on reputation, right? And second off on the transfer class that a guy like Pitino is going to bring in. But we've talked about it at length this week, guys, because it's opening week. And we just talked about it with Arkansas State. It's almost the same thing, right? Richard Pitino wants to play extremely fast. Arkansas State walked into Ohio U with 14 new players. This is basically what Xavier's facing, right? An entire transformation of the roster designed to play his way. And the one word we've used over and over again, at least I have, is cohesion or gelling. How long does that take? We don't. This team in January, we may talk a lot different than we talk about them in early November, right? We just don't know if these kids are all going to mesh. We know they're going to enjoy playing the system. There's no question about it. And we know that he's got talent on this team that exceeds what Lemoyne has on paper by probably the amount of points that's listed in the point spread here. But it's the start of the season, and we just don't know what evaluation process is going to take place, what experimentation, how do I fix these rotations? These coaches are always playing with this stuff at the start of a season when they got new guys. So, again, it's hard to gauge. Some of these teams have come out of the gate quickly. We've seen it. Some of these teams have come out of the gate slowly. I mean, just to use Auburn as kind of an example of and it's not even a major coaching change, right? It's father handing the baton to son, but it made a difference in their opening game. So I don't know where I would lean here, Adam. I would, Lemoyne's, what's the Xavier team total in that game? Anybody got that offhand? Where's my
I can get that real quick.
Brian's going to get that. And while he gets that, I just want to point
90 and a half, and it's DraftKings is at 91 and a half. It's interesting because the game total hasn't really I'm looking at the screen. The total, because Trig mentioned Xavier's getting bet up here. The total really is not, which is interesting, I suppose.
So that is directly based on the fact that Lemoyne played no defense last year. This team, now granted, the Marist Red Foxes are scrappy as hell. They're a MAC school. John Dunn, it has zero interest in the offensive end of the floor. He is going to get guys that just want to, scratch and claw you to death. That's a good defensive team. Xavier, 66 points against them the other night, 66-62. They were on the ropes there for a minute against Marist. Now, Marist is a quality team. Marist, I would have, they're a superior team to Lemoyne, but it doesn't mean that they just didn't maybe get a little bit of a blueprint to say, hey, because from a size standpoint, they're not going to be able to do it as well as Marist did, but they can certainly look at that and say, well, this is how an undersized team went in and sort of defended this Xavier team and played them to a 66-62 final. I gotta recall the Lemoyne opener last year when some of those offensive guys missed and they almost went into the Carrier Dome and won. It's not the Carrier Dome anymore. To me, it will always be the Carrier Dome, but they were a possession away last year from knocking off Syracuse as a similar size underdog in the Dome. And that was opening night. They gave a tremendous defensive effort. After that, it just sort of went out the window as the season went on. So I would say under makes sense. And my number here is 22.5. Now where it is at 25, I have to lean toward the dog. I think I would just take the 25 with Lemoyne. Rob, I'm going to go back to you for a different game. If you had something else to add there, go ahead. But we have Danzo in the chat wants UC Riverside. I know you had a take on that one, so I'll let you wrap up Lemoyne if you want to, and then you can head on over to that game.
Yeah, I can't really disagree with anything, Adam. I think the line move one more time as we try to figure out why people are so in love with Xavier in this particular game. It's to me, reputation based, and second game, perhaps a little better offensive showing. But to your point, if you just do the sheer mathematics of it, they have to be 26 points better than they were against Marist to cover that team total. And is their offense going to be 26 points better combined with Lemoyne's defense being 26 points worse? That combo has to somehow add up to 26 to get it over. I don't know. It's a tough handicap for me. Real quick, and I'm going to get into UC Riverside and North Dakota here real quick. But guys, I just wanted to bring these couple things up, and maybe I'll kind of start the show this way with just a couple of fast examples. We don't like to review too much. We like to get right into what we're talking about today. We have a little extra time. A couple of things that struck me last night. Seriously, Maryland Eastern Shore, 29 points against Georgia in a full game, 94-29. Are you kidding me? And then to make it worse, guys, I went back, and Maryland Eastern Shore's first game was a pretty close game. Let me go ahead and get that result for it. It was amazing to me that you could come out there. Yeah, the first game they played Georgia Tech into overtime, 56-52, and then come out with a 29-point performance. Absolutely ridiculous.
I want to, but before we go to UC Riverside, because I feel like this might apply to a game tonight. So let's talk about a different one first. We can bring Brian into the conversation. Would you fade Bethune-Cookman tonight based on sort of what you're saying? Because Tarleton saw something similar last night where they played SMU, they left it all out there for 40 minutes, and they were like just not the same team 2 nights later. They were totally gassed. They had a guy get hurt, and it just went off the rails. That's what happened to Maryland Eastern Shore. Listen, putting an effort in against a power conference school like that is tough enough. What happens when you have to turn around and play another one 2-3 days later? That's what you're dealing with here. And I feel like that's kind of what you've just brought up. So elaborate on your point, and then maybe, comment on Bethune-Miami being that same thing tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, obviously, we put a lot of stock in Tarleton's first performance yesterday on the show. Didn't pan out, but you have to, watch and learn from that. And it is when you play a game, I'll use your words, Adam, when you lay it all out on the line against the power conference team for 40 minutes and then have to have a quick turnaround with travel, go play another one. It can be, and then lose a guy along the way. It can be extremely tough. 29 points to me, I thought was the key there. It just doesn't seem, feasible in modern day college basketball. You could only score 29. I'm going to move on really, really fast here to South Carolina Upstate, which defeated Fresno State. For those who don't stay up late, USC Upstate wins that game by 1. Brian, go ahead. I can see why.
I was going to say, what's going on with the Mountain West? That's 2 nights in a row now because UNLV lost to UT Martin as well. So, Trig, I think you mentioned one of the first 2 days, the Mountain West isn't as what it used to be. I think we've already seen Exhibit A and Exhibit B of that.
Not a great start for the Mountain West for sure.
And then lastly, where last night's concerned, let's just wrap it up with there was no Tanner Thomas last night, Trig. I kicked myself for not taking 8.5, although you would have barely covered. But EWU has now played 2 pretty good games on the road against solid opponents. And when we get to Big Sky play Eastern Washington, just put a little red, check mark next to them if you're following the show. See what we can do with Eastern Washington along the way. But let's get to the Cal Riverside North Dakota game here real quick. Cal Riverside opens up their season. They beat La Sierra, who cares, 90-49. North Dakota, on the other hand, goes to Tuscaloosa, loses to Alabama by almost 30, 91-62. A couple days later, come home. Focus on Cal Riverside here because we've been focusing on coaching changes, et cetera, et cetera. Cal Riverside loses all 5 starters off of last year's 21-13 team, a pretty good team under Mike Magpayo, who goes to Fordham now to become the head coach. They bring in a Division II head coach, Gus Arginal, who's been around Division I programs. He's been around a little bit, but he's an Eric Musselman disciple. What does Eric Musselman disciple mean for those watching the show who don't know about his coaching career? Basically, Eric Musselman's a guy who wants to win on the defensive end, requires rebounding effort. It's more of a methodical run when we get an opportunity type of head coaching philosophy. Wasn't exactly that in Arkansas, but Arkansas is a different school, a different program since Nolan Richardson made them high speed. But that's what Musselman wants to do, and that's what Arginal wants to do here. How about this, guys? Gus Arginal, in an interview, said he wants his team to make 200 passes a game. He said it's probably not possible, but our goal is 200 passes on offense in 40 minutes. If you make 200 passes, you can't help but grind the clock down continuously. It's the exact opposite style of what UND just played at Alabama. We've talked about Nate Oates' system. We won't rehash it, but it's a 360-degree polar opposite opponent here. For North Dakota, we'll take a look, and you find that they lost 4 starters. But most importantly, Trayson Eaglestaff goes to West Virginia. He's a guy who scored 51 in a game last year, but he was their leading scorer, their best shooter. And with him, they lose 4 stars. Another guy went to Xavier, I believe, another high major team. So they've got some spots to fill here. I'm going to say that with the new head coaching change at UCR, it just seems like defensive tenacity is going to be on display here. And they did hold a non-Division I team under 50 points the other night. Obviously, North Dakota is a little bit better than that. But North Dakota's quest to play with tempo constantly may not be there for 40 minutes against this opponent, guys. And UND, for what it's worth, it's not exactly an interior scoring team. They want to shoot the ball from the perimeter, and UCR seems to match up really, really well on the defensive side against that. I looked at this total. It started, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have the odds logic in front of me, but I think it started somewhere in the 152 vicinity, since been bet down to 150. I totally agree. 150 just seems to be too high here. I never like to, in fact, I'll phrase it differently. I do like to always assume that the home team in a battle of tempos can control tempo for, more than 50% of the 40 minutes available. But this team, UCR, with their defensive philosophy and with their methodical philosophy, can probably control tempo for 12 to 15 minutes here. And that's going to be enough to keep this thing under 150. Brian, we've said it a couple of times this week. It's sometimes hard to get to 140. Getting over 150 with a team that doesn't want to go to 150 even harder. So, guys, I'll just put that in right now as my leg of the parlay here. The UC Riverside, North Dakota game under 150, if that's even still available. I know they were betting it down earlier.
All right. Sweet. We got two of the 3 legs in there already here. We're only halfway through the show.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to go. So, first of all, Garth, very, very kind of you. Thank you for the donation to the show. It's very much appreciated. And I'm going to take this one, and I had a pretty strong opinion here, and I think because Garth has stepped in with that, I think that's going to push me over to make this my leg of the parlay. So I will grab Boston College Citadel. If anyone has a comment after I make my player, you want to tell me I'm wrong, you'll feel free to jump in. But I think my thought process in this game is in line with the way Garth is looking. Now, he said thoughts on the Citadel team total under 62.5. My handicap certainly would suggest that occurs because I like Boston College minus the points here. So I'll start with Citadel. I think this is going to be one of the worst teams in the country this year. I think they will finish last in what I consider to be a SoCon that's not quite as good as it's been in years past. Some really good players have left the conference. I think you have certain team. I mean, just go, one of your SoCon sort of, the teams that's supposed to be one of the top teams in this league, Furman, run off the floor by High Point the other day, not even close. I think this is a down year for UNC Greensboro, which we kind of saw play out in the second half of that Kansas State game. They've been one of the better teams in this league the last couple of years. So I'm kind of down across the board on the SoCon, but specifically, I think Citadel, I think they may not win a league game. This is a roster that's they probably have 4 guys coming from like D2 schools that are not like that are not like D2 powers really, that are probably going to play big minutes for them this year. I mean, the guys they have back are not great play. Like I just don't see much in the way of like redeeming qualities for this team. But on the other side, now Boston College is interesting because I personally think they're going to be better than last year. Now, how much better? It's tough because they play in the ACC. They're probably still a bottom team in the ACC, but for me, a lot of people have them at the bottom of the ACC. I don't. I think they could actually play their way out of the total basement and into maybe 12th or 13th. Reason I say that is last year, like they were just bad, like poorly constructed, bad basketball team. I went to one of their first games last year. It was BC played VCU on a neutral court in Annapolis. And I went down there. It was a doubleheader. It was BC, VCU, Navy, Harvard. So I got to see 2 games. And that Boston College team was such a disaster in that game. I kind of followed them through the rest of the year, and it never got better. It was basically they took such poor shots all year long. Like they just had there was just no easy offense. And at times, I was like, felt like they played hard. Like they weren't poorly coached. There's a game that comes to mind when they almost beat Syracuse in the Dome last year, like where I just felt like they were kind of moving in the right direction, but they had no easy offense whatsoever. And so again, I it's not like I expect any sort of big things. Like I think BC is going to be back in the tournament. I certainly don't think that's going to be the case. But they're better than they were last year. And I think the market feels like they're still like by far the worst team in the ACC, which I disagree with. The other thing, I believe this is Red Bandana weekend at Boston College.
It is.
I don't know what that and so like, listen, I don't think it's certainly not the Red Bandana basketball game, but like people are going to start filing in for football. They may come early. You probably got some juice on campus. I'm not going to totally rehash the story, but it's a tremendous story. Go look it up. I had a friend that played for Boston College basketball, and like it's definitely like the energy on campus that weekend is always like next level, and in a positive way, because it really is that the story is, supposed to. It's a positive spin on what was obviously like a tragic event. So you get this game in BC. I think they might have more juice than usual for a game like this. And the number is surprisingly, Boston College is not taking money. I think this may have even come back a little bit. So I think BC runs them off the floor. They played on Monday. They looked pretty good. They lost a game that FAU basically needed a steal, a transition 3, and I believe they went into overtime and lost the game in overtime. It was a good effort. It was a good game. So I will make Boston College. I think we're at minus 16.5. That's going to be my parlay leg. And Garth, I'm fine with that team total under. I think you could play them both. I think they're correlated right there. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I wanted to wrap up a few things. You talk about the Citadel. I've got them as a bottom 30 team in the country right now. Yep. Maybe that's even generous to be that high. You said how you don't think they may not win a SoCon game this year. They did not win a SoCon game last year. So how many teams didn't win a conference game like that? Was a short list, I feel. I mean, I would have to look that up.
In my opinion, like they're on paper, they're much worse than they were last year, which is very concerning.
But yeah, I mean, Ken Palm had them as a bottom 10 team by the end of the year last year. So when I say bottom 30, that might even be generous. I did want to also cheap plug, if I may. You mentioned the Red Bandana game. Trig, obviously in football. I talked about that game. If anyone would like my opinion on SMU Boston College on the football field this weekend, I broke that game down on the Power 5, which is now available elsewhere here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Don't forget, guys, to click subscribe. That way you'll be notified when these shows drop. You won't miss anything. We obviously go live every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern. Please drop us a like in addition to all of your great comments that keep coming. And then one more point before we go to a different game, Trig. I wanted to kind of give maybe a more firm outlook on that Bethune-Cookman Miami game that we kind of talked about a little earlier. I would not bet Bethune-Cookman in this game. Not only is it the second of back-to-back roadies against power conference teams, let's not forget they went to overtime against Auburn. Let's not forget that they shot over 50%, not just overall, but nearly 55% from 3. I don't think Bethune-Cookman's going to shoot 55% from 3 for a second straight road game against a power conference team, but that is just me.
Yeah, and I was talking about that, and then we can go to Rob. We'll kind of like give this game the attention I suppose it deserves after they nearly beat Auburn, took Auburn to overtime. But like this was quickly bet up, which I agreed with. I think this opened 14, quickly bet up to 17, like before you could even blink. I think that's probably where the Bethune-Cookman Miami game sits now. And again, I go back to Rob's point, and I'll let him bring this home. Quick turnaround, having to play another power conference team. You left it all out on the floor. You played Auburn into overtime, played extra basketball. Now you got to turn around. Like, I don't even really care what your opinion is on Miami. And I like this Bethune-Cookman team. I was saying yesterday, I think that they could cash some tickets for you as we get into like SWAC play and them playing more competitive games. But this just seems like a horrific spot for a lot of the things that Rob sort of pointed out earlier. So I'll let him bring this one home.
Yeah, let's bring, I'm staring at the screen here with the comment from the chat, and I will just say that these analysis won't be thesis.
I gotta give Jay Buff a hard time about that comment, but I'm going to let you finish Bethune-Cookman Miami first.
Real quick. I think the reason why they sound like thesis early on is because we're trying to give everybody some sort of feel or idea of what we're looking at with these teams to start the season. Not everybody is, totally on top of college hoop right now. So I just feel like it's our job in this 60 minutes and Monday through Friday to give you the most we know about these teams, about these coaching changes. 6 games from now, there won't be in-depth talk about coaching changes, philosophy changes. We'll all know them by then. Yes. So I think that,
Rob, I got to jump in here real quick.
Learn while you earn.
No, and I'm gonna this will be our promo for the day. Listen, the 3 of us sell plays. We sell plays at a website called WagerTalk. We had this we're not coming to give the whole board out, right? We're only coming to talk about the games we can fit into the hour and give them the attention they deserve, the ones you guys request. If you want our opinions on the rest of the games or other games, you know where to find all our picks every day, all day, wagertalk.com. There's great specials up for where you can get all of our picks. Every pick I put out comes with full written analysis. You'll at least learn something, even on a day where I go 0-2, get a ton of CLV, but neither of my plays comes even close to covering. I feel like I still gave out something that you can learn from. So that's why we're not like in a rush to like nail every game on the board. That's not the kind of show this is. We're trying to dig into games that the chat requests and give you actionable information. I think we're doing that so far. And now I'll go to Brian Power.
I'll say on that note, just to follow up, we don't like to leave any stone unturned or leave any end loose. The Citadel was the only team in the country that did not win a conference game last year. The only one. It was a list of 1.
Yeah.
I wanted to just, if people were wondering about that, just so there was nobody else joining the Citadel on that.
And I'll go to Rod. Did you have anything final to say on Miami Bethune-Cookman before we move on?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been stated here already, guys. I think it might be a little tough on Bethune-Cookman. Let's not forget that not only was that, we called it a lay it all out game, but there's an extra 5 minutes played in that game where you thought you were going to win. There's potential to win that game. So it probably even goes beyond that and could be a good selling point if you want to make the Miami argument tonight. But again, like I said about Eastern Washington, the 3 of us being in the business for as long as we have, you try to be proactive with this stuff. In the Eastern Washington, what's been done the first 2 games probably applies way more to Big Sky when we get to, or it may apply at Thanksgiving week or whatever, when they're in these non-conference matchups where they're a heavily priced underdog. And the same with Bethune-Cookman. I'd like to single these teams out early on. You like to forecast ahead. So keep an eye on Bethune-Cookman, whether they win or lose tonight against Miami. If they lose, it's excusable. If they don't, they got something going on down there with Reggie Theus.
and one more thing with Bethune. Auburn had some home cooking going as far as the charity stripe went. Auburn was plus 29 in free throw attempts. Yes, the Auburn was 27 of 38 from the charity stripe in that game. Bethune-Cookman, a paltry 8 for 9. So it was a home whistle there for Stephen
God
Pearl
we
and
let Stephen Pearl lose.
Yeah. So that's something. I mean, it speaks well to how, right? I mean, to have that kind of free throw disparity go against you and to take Auburn. I mean, that doesn't speak well to Auburn. But again, I think we're all kind of in agreement that it's just, you come off a loss like that where you laid it on the line 45 minutes, not just 40. Tough spot, especially because Bethune's not shooting the three as well as they did the other night. No way.
And just one other point there, like, maybe it's a good in-game betting opportunity. Like you might see them come out, give a huge effort. We just beat Auburn. We think we can win this game. First 10 minutes they hang around, and then suddenly you can get a better number than what is now kind of an inflated number off the open. Although, again, I think the number's probably where it should be. I think that opener was quite low, being 14, I believe was where that one opened. But again, just another way to look at it. Where did my comment just go? I have it on the screen. Ethan Bainbridge. We're going to see Ethan this weekend at the Bowling Green game by myself and Brian. Looking forward to that. He wants to know Jackson State plus the point. So one quality SWAC team to another. This is going to be Jackson State plus the points. They're playing Louisville tonight. Louisville won again. I don't. Does anyone remember the final of that game on Monday? I know they were up by 60 at one point against, I think, South Carolina State. So I'll throw it to one of you two. Obviously, Louisville a massive favorite again here, 38-point favorite. But I know that the two of you have kind of worked some team totals into the conversation with some of these big spreads like this. So I'll go to Brian first, and then Rob can follow up. Any way to get into this Louisville-Jackson State game for you?
I like the over. It was 104-45 against South Carolina State, to be precise there, Trig. So Louisville, and then Jackson State, they didn't exactly play good defense against Illinois, did they? They gave up triple digits. Well, gave up 1.5 points per possession. That's something that I'll talk about throughout the year, guys. It's not just that raw number that they're giving up, but we talk about tempo all the time. Some game, sometimes, the number of points you're giving up, it's tempo based, but points per possession to me is always a very reliable metric, especially once you get into conference play. And they give up 1.5 points per possession to Jack. That is really, really atrocious. So I think Louisville, unless if Louisville just doesn't take the game seriously, comes in, sleepwalks, I think they're going to put up, there's no reason to believe they're not going to put up a big point total again. Will it be as big as the other night? I don't know. But I would just lean towards the over full game. Let's leave the team. Maybe Rob likes the team total angle better here, but I would just bet the just a traditional over in this spot. I think Jackson State's going to do enough to help get this one over.
Yeah, the team total here is 100. Now, it's pretty simple. The two head coaches here, Pat Kelsey and Mo Williams, both really want to go fast. I don't think, Jackson State gives up those points the other night because they're not going to slow down. Certainly Pat Kelsey teams are not going to slow down. So you're going to have a high scoring game here, Brian. I too would have, we just talked about Jackson State gave up over 100. Louisville scored over 100. So why not, Rob, say Louisville team total over 100? It's not that easy to get to 100. So I'd probably be way more in line with you, Brian, to say that this is going to be a high-octane game. Louisville probably makes a whole boatload of shots here. I don't know that there's a lot of resistance on the Jackson State defensive end, but you need two to get these things up and over. And I do think Jackson State's capable of, especially in a game, we've talked before about broken floor, easy buckets. In a game of that style, this number doesn't actually appear all that high to me. It's been bet up to 162.5. That seems very real. Like you could end up with a 95-74. I could see it. And, you cash your ticket here. So for me, it would probably be full game over.
Yeah. And one more thing. So Louisville was up in the opener 59-15 at halftime. Again, just to what we're saying here, if you don't think Louisville's going to play that well again, here's the argument why you want to not just isolate their team total. Jackson State, I think, shoots better than South Carolina State did against Louisville. Why do I say that? Because South Carolina State against Louisville shot 22.8% overall and just 10.5% from three. 2 for 19. So it wasn't even, I mean, they got up an okay volume of threes. I just think, I mean, is Louis, so even if you, so that's why another reason I think, Rob, just play the traditional over here. I don't think Louisville's going to put up those defensive numbers back-to-back nights. That's just when you have a defense, when the opponent shoots that poorly, yeah, you played some defense, but it also wasn't the opponent's night if they're shooting 2 for 19 from 3 and 22% overall from the floor.
No, and real quick, not to drag this out, but I'll make one more point on top of that. The fact that Louisville was up 59-15 at halftime and didn't stop scoring ought to tell you something about Pat Kelsey. From 59, they went to 104. It's not like they slowed down. That's an 82 possession game. They just kept going. I think that's probably what you'll see tonight. And to your point, you'll probably see a better offensive effort out of Jackson State. So it should get over that. Now, I hadn't really paid close attention to that game, but as the three of us talk it out here, it seems like that's a reasonable bet today.
Well, and I'll just go back to Ethan's original point. You know, his original point was, hey, Jackson State plus the points. Well, that, I mean, I think this conversation would lend itself to Jackson State plus the points making sense. This opened at like 30. It's up to 38. That's a pretty substantial
big number.
move.
Yeah.
It's a pretty substantial move. But like, here's the thing. Like, if you like Jackson State plus the points, you probably have to like the over as well. I feel like those are a little bit correlated. Right. I think you're going to need Jackson State to contribute to get to that over. And if they contribute at all, and here's the thing, like Jackson State's another one of those couple teams at the top of the SWAC that I think are going to contend in that league this year. They're probably a much better team than the team that Louisville played on Monday. Just without like doing the numbers, I think I'd have Jackson State a substantial favorite over what I think it was South Carolina State. Yeah, if you get any sort of effort here from Jackson State, which, you know, they did play a big team on opening night in Illinois, but like by the second half of that game, I think they just kind of said, we got another game in a couple of days. Didn't really play any defense, gave up 53 points in the second half. So Ethan, I'm with you at the current number. I can only like Jackson State, but I think I'm with the boys here. I think over probably gets there in the end. All right, let's keep it moving. I've got about 8 minutes left. I'll go to Jay Buff. I wasn't giving him a hard. Someone's like, don't get it. Jay Buff's my boy. He lives here in Syracuse. So we just joke back and forth. I know he's met Brian. I don't know if Vino's ever met him, but he comes out to Turning Stone every once in a while. We always have a good time. And I'm going to go to his game, Quinnipiac, Central Connecticut State, because I have an opinion on this one. What's the current number on this? I feel like it was moving a little bit.
I got it varies, Adam, anywhere from opener of 9 down to 7.5, or you can I see some 8.5s out there too. So anywhere between 7.5 and 8.5.
Yeah, it's an interesting game for me. This is sort of like both in my neck of the woods, NEC versus MAC. Here's the thing with Quinnipiac. I said this before Monday's game against St. John's. I think Quinnipiac might be getting a little too much credit for Amari Monroe being on the roster. I mean, he was a guy that could have probably went to a high major if he wanted to leave Quinnipiac and enter the portal. He didn't. He stayed. It's certainly huge for them. But I have some question marks about the rest of that team. So I think I'll give them a pass. St. John's destroyed them the other night. This is obviously like a much different type game. But to turn around and think that they should be like a 9.5 point favorite here, and now I kind of see that's where it opened at 9. It looks like it's 8 most places right now. I definitely sort of agree with that move. Central Connecticut State is another one of these NEC teams that, like, so I was actually at the final last year. Central Connecticut State, St. Francis ended up being a huge upset. The gym was stunned, and you could tell, like, I mean, everyone thought that they were going to win that game, go to the NCAA tournament. That was sort of like the team for them. It was, Jordan Jones, I believe, ended up being player of the year in that conference. He's a pro now. I mean, just like it was like heartbreak city for a program that finally thought they were going to go to the NCAA tournament with that team. And so I think the fact that they've lost the player of the year has maybe undervalued them a little bit because they did lose a couple of guys. But Pat Sellers is a fantastic coach, and this is still going to be a very good Central Connecticut State team. So I'm just not dying to lay 9 here with Quinnipiac. I would lean the dog. I like plus 8, 8.5, 9s. If it comes back to 9, that's a good bet. I lean towards Central Connecticut State. All right, back to the comments. Unless either of you have anything to add on that one. I didn't know if you guys had anything to add on that one.
I was
trust
looking
you.
here, guys, at this
Totally
North Florida.
fine. Yeah, let's go North Florida.
Game. 41.5 it's up to. The Florida team total here, guys, is 105.5. And I know North Florida is an absolute disaster, right? Matthew Driscoll, I think you pointed it out the other day, Brian. He moved on to be an assistant on the K-State staff. And they've hired from within. But the problem is, not only do you lose all 5 starters, but you only have like one guy, period, back from last year's team. The question is, does Florida want to pound somebody after losing to Arizona the other night? Do they want to take it easy, et cetera, et cetera? When I see 105.5, I think to myself, my goodness, that's just a huge number. I'd love to go ahead and take a whack at the under here on Florida's team total, but I don't know that I can get there with the current state of North Florida and not really knowing where Todd Golden's mindset is going to be. Is he going to drive these guys to get back on the horse and drill somebody and get your confidence back, or are they going to suffer a little bit of a hangover here? My personal opinion I would lean towards the latter, somewhat of a hangover off of the Arizona game, but it is at home in the O. That's a tough call there. Just those numbers were very interesting to me after we talked about the Louisville game.
Yeah. North Florida is one of those teams that obviously just lives and dies with the 3. They're just going to hoist a bunch of them up, hope enough of them go in. Obviously, Florida's not the kind of opponent you would think that a lot of them are going to go in. You'd think it. I mean, this is one of those situations. I mean, it could be a very long night for the Ospreys if they're not shooting well from 3. So I'll take the Campbell WVU game, by the way, since we hit that under in WVU. Yeah. I kind of agree. I think it might be another under here against Campbell for West Virginia. We hit the under against Mount St. Mary's earlier in the week. Campbell, it's interesting. You know, guys, you're going to look, if you just look at final scores, if you're saying, oh, what was the final score of Campbell's first game? You're going to see they lost by 32 points to Wisconsin, but that was a 5-point game with just over 8 minutes left. That's what we call a bad 8 minutes of basketball, Rob, to close things out. So it kind of a misleading final there for the Campbell side. As a matter of fact, a 29-2 run. If you're on the wrong end of a 29-2 run, that's not good. Campbell typically is better defensively. They typically guard the 3 well, and they don't play very fast. And we talked about what Ross Hodge is going to do in Morgantown, a fine college town, if I may add, as he comes over from North Texas. I think it's back-to-back unders for WVU to start the season.
Yeah, any coach who says we're going to play like the University of Houston, who wouldn't want to play like the University of Houston, and you lean under with that guy. And he comes from North Texas.
We are getting up against it, so I'll wrap the show up. I will say this: we comments in the chat, appreciate them. Listen, all the feedback is great, good, bad, and different. We like to hear it all. So hop into the comments on the YouTube show, on the YouTube replay. You can find the show on the WagerTalk YouTube channel on demand. If you missed any part of it, you can go back to the beginning. But jump in the comments, leave us a comment, let us know what you like. You dislike. If there's a game we missed and you want to hear something about it, one of us will jump in and give you a couple sentences to try to guide you in the right direction. We're going to get to as many games as we can while doing them justice during the hour. And we'll always end with a 3-team parlay, which we hope hits. Yesterday's didn't hit, but we started the year with back-to-back winning parlays. So, and also, we're going to keep a record because I don't like when these shows give out picks and then don't keep a record. Like, you got to keep the record. So 2-1 on the parlay so far, but more importantly, the record, the parlay record is what the units are. And if you, for every dollar that you put on the parlay so far, if you're playing them even, you're up $10.40 for every dollar. That's a great start. And we're going to try to keep it going today. So without further ado, one more time, the 3-teamer for today, it comes out to plus 582 odds. Shop around. You can always do better. If you shop around on these parlays. Brian Power is going to go with his alma mater, the Ohio Bobcats, on the money line, minus 115. I'm going to go with Boston College and lay the big number, minus 16.5. And then we've got a full game total for Rob Vino. That's UC Riverside, North Dakota, under 150. That's the 3-teamer today. We'll be back in the morning tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, to close out the week and every day, Monday through Friday. Hit the like button, and we'll see you guys in the morning.
What's up, guys? We have all kinds ready for you. Sides, totals, team totals, props, all kinds of good stuff right here on Puck Time on WagerTalk TV. Myself, Andrew McGinnis, Carmine Bianco. We've got Brian Leonard, and of course, we've got Don Julio Buster. Is that his middle name, Carm? I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
How are you, Carm?
I'm good, man. I went to sleep last night. I wasn't feeling good. I went to sleep figuring I was 1-1 in the NHL. I woke up and I was 2-0 in the NHL. Kind of like Matt J says in the chat there. Chicago, Vancouver, a no sweat over. I had over 6. It was no score after 40 minutes. And then somehow they found 7 goals while I was sleeping. Maybe I'm a mush and I just needed to go to sleep.
Can't watch the
in
overs,
order
man.
for that play to win. I'm going to try it this week. Dan Alexander, our beloved and fearless leader and producer, is going to give me his 5 circa picks, and I'm going to sleep throughout all 5 games, and he's going to go 5-0. So we need to get him that quarter win. So he makes $150K, and he's happier than a pig in mud. But other than that, man, it is we got a good card of games, guys, to talk about today. The Wild and the Canes. Andrew, you and I are going to talk about that in a couple of minutes. Buster is going to come on and do the Ducks and the Stars. You and I will break down Tampa and Vegas, and then we'll bring in Brian Leonard to get his quick thoughts on that game before he breaks down the St. Louis Blues and the Buffalo Sabres. He picked the marquee game of the night, the St. Louis Blues and the Buffalo Sabres, to somehow discuss. I don't know if he lost a bet and said, okay, I'm going to have to do this game. Same game parlay and a pod play as it returns today. But with that said, Andrew, what are we starting off?
Last night. I got to talk about my night a little bit here.
Oh, talk.
It's all right. It's all
we
right.
got plenty of time, man.
Forget about it. Forget about it.
How did you do?
I went 2-0-1. And Carm, we always talk about that dreaded 4-1 lead when you have an over. And this is why I always like to play team totals. So I had the over 6 in the Calgary game, and it was 4-1. So at that point, I was just happy it didn't lose, because you and I always talk about how cursed that 4-1 lead can be. And of course, they still got an empty net goal, which I was shocked about, getting an empty net goal when they're up 4-1. So I hit the Washington Capitals team total over 3.5 halfway through the game, plus 122. We got the Chicago Blackhawks at a nice price. I think plus 130 ballpark, which is kind of nice against Vancouver. And that push is never really a nice thing, but it's not a loss. So you take it. It's better than a loss, right? The push.
And
but that 4-1 lead, man, it's never good with overs.
Yeah, one of my good friends is in Vegas with his wife for her birthday for 4 days, and he's been like WhatsApping me, asking me for like some plays. So I gave him a couple plays along the way, and he messaged me and says, "Seriously, the Calgary Flames? You're taking the Calgary Flames? How are they favored?" I'm like, I released them to my clients at 117. I think they get the win tonight, and I hope that Nazem Kadri scores as well too, because it was like his 1,000th game. And of course, he scores a goal. They win pretty comfortably. It's really weird with this Calgary team. They win games 5-1, and then they get blown out in some games. They're a hard team to figure out, but I had them figured out yesterday. And then Ovechkin, man, our guy Wash Redskins is going to come into the chat and say, how do you not talk about Ovechkin? 900 goals. The first player ever to score 900 goals in the NHL, and probably will go down as the only player who ever scores 900 goals in the NHL. This guy has been a machine his whole career. Congratulations, Ovi. Absolutely fantastic. Man, if this guy could last like another 3 years somehow, like kind of like the Jaromir Jagr effect over in Europe, he could hit 1,000 goals. It's possible.
Yeah. Will he get there?
Unlikely, but possible. He could get there. So we'll see.
Did you see what Binnington did, Carm? Did you see what
Binnington trying to snipe the puck? No one has talked to Binnington about it. Everyone is like, yeah, he tried to steal the puck. Marty Baron was on Sportsnet. He's like, oh, and former goalie for the Buffalo Sabres. He's like, oh yeah, he was trying to. He's definitely trying to steal the puck. He probably wanted to. When people talk about Ovechkin's 900th goal, it's going to go. He'll show them the puck that's in his, his basement on a trophy stand or what have you. I don't get it. It's a milestone goal. You give it to Ovechkin, and
it wasn't really a nice goal.
The Caps made him pay for trying to snipe that puck. They scored a couple more goals on him and chased him from the game. So what goes around comes around. But congratulations to Ovechkin and the Washington Capitals. And Andrew, the weird thing is I'm watching the goalie matchups for tonight because the Penguins, who Washington plays tonight, they called up Sergei Murashov. So he's playing for them down in the minors at AHL. He was AHL goaltender, 5-2 record, 173 goals against average, 931 save percentage down in the minors. He might be ready. He's being called up. Tristan Jarry is on injured reserve, so it's going to be either him or Shilovs. Did I pronounce that right? Shilovs? Yeah, Shilovs. So we'll see who goes for them. Any thoughts before we get to this Canes game?
Well, I hope it's Shilovs, because that guy right now, Carm, Shilovs, he seems to be, he's the Forrest Gump box of chocolates metaphor. Like he is one goalie one day and one goalie the next, but he's kind of a hot and cold guy. So I kind of hope. Look, this is the thing: is that people are going to talk about that celebratory night for Washington, the Alexander Ovechkin milestone. Oh, well, they're going to be having too many beers and celebrating. Alexander Ovechkin probably has beers every night before he plays a game at this age. Okay. He always, we've heard the stories. The way I look at it is the team hadn't played since Saturday. They've been well rested. They had a couple bad games in a row. Look, it's hard for us to keep fading this Pittsburgh team, but I think that we're going to see Washington start rolling here. And I'll tell you what, Binnington, he's got to be frustrated because remember when he went to the Four Nations, the goalie he looked like in that overtime, Carm, all those saves, we were cheering for Canada so hard. Where is that guy? Well, it's like I was talking on my show last night about it. It's like it's no secret that some of the better goalies in the league seem to play on the best teams and the worst goalies in the league seem to play on the worst teams. Like that's why we use analytics because Darcy Kemper won a Stanley Cup with the Avalanche. All right. I think any goalie in the league would have won that year with the Avalanche. No offense to him, but it doesn't mean because Binnington's numbers aren't good this year, it doesn't mean he's not a good goalie anymore. He's just on a bad team right now.
I don't know. Sounds like you took a shot at him right there, Darcy Comfort. But with that said, we got to get go. We got a lot of stuff on the show. But I will say this, my parting shot, which is probably going to piss off a few people in the chat. And I get it. It's okay. This is what I'm here for, to stir it up. My buddy Corey, who's in Vegas right now, I gave him some cash before he left. He went to Circa and he put down a bet for me at Circa because plus 170, I couldn't give it up. I just could not pass it up. Team Canada to win the gold medal at the Olympics, plus 170. Guys, come on. Let's get real here. No one is beating the Canadian team in the Olympics. It should be, and I hope it is, a U.S.-Canada final, but nobody is beating the Canadians. You guys lift the Stanley Cup each and every year because 55% of your rosters are Canadian players. So with that said, I think I've pissed everybody off. Hit that like button. Andrew Kane's 192, the Wild plus 156. The total sits here at 6.5. How are you playing this one?
I love the way you ended that. I think I pissed off enough people. It's time to move on to get to the games here. I like it. Well, look, Carolina coming into this one off a pretty dominant win over the Rangers, 3-0, shutting them out. And this Rangers team just looks awful at home. Can we even talk about it being a good victory for the Hurricanes if this Rangers team just continuously puts up donuts at home? They've looked just abysmal. But this Hurricanes team is going to take this game seriously because you look at their loss against the Bruins, 2-1. Their loss against the Knights, 6-3. They lost against the Stars. This has been an up and down team, but they've also had a pretty tough schedule, I'd say, over their last 5 to 6 games. Overall, this season, it hasn't really been the easiest start to the schedule for this Carolina Hurricanes team. Now, when I look at Minnesota, if we're betting straight up just on current form, this team has not been playing up to expectation. But if you care about just the W's and you don't care about who a team has defeated, you look at the Minnesota Wild, they have found a way in their last 2 games, putting up 5 on the Canucks and getting it done against Nashville in overtime. Now, when I look at this game here, Carm, I think that we all know how great this team is over there in Carolina. The question I kind of ask ourselves here is this price a little bit too high when I look at this number? Like, you're going to tell me I'm going to get plus 155, plus 160 on a team like Minnesota here. I think this is a ultimate buy low spot. Look, Carolina has been struggling a little bit with their consistency levels. They're dealing with injuries with Seth Jarvis being out. They have some defensive issues as well. Minnesota has a lot of ground to make up. And I know we're talking November 6th right now. There's lots of time left in this season for them to make up. But I'm going to start the show off with a little bit of a live dog here. I think Minnesota is in this game. And if you think it's going to be a competitive game, you take the plus 160. So Carolina is not an easy place to play by any means. But Minnesota has not met expectations this season. And then they go ahead and rattle off 2 victories. And before anybody beats me to it, I get it. They have not beat the most exciting teams by any means. I'm not going to. Vancouver and Nashville. Look, me, you, and Dan could score a goal on Nashville. But at the end of the day, this is still a win. And this is still your friend momentum. And I think that's going to carry into this game for Minnesota. And maybe they stay competitive. So maybe you pull the plus 1.5 number here, the plus 1. Half bet on that plus 1.5, half bet on the money line, maybe a team total, whatever it might be. But I do think Minnesota, it's definitely kind of a buy low spot here on this team. So I've tried taking more underdogs this season. We cashed the underdog yesterday on Chicago. We got D Money in here telling me to never fade the Hurricanes at home. And I think that is certainly baked into the cake here with this number. And that's why I'm getting plus 160, Carm. So I'm interested in this price here on the dog. And hopefully Minnesota can keep playing better hockey.
Yeah. First off, I think I pissed off TJ Salvador. He's like, much like your customer appreciation play on Tuesday. My plus 170 on Canada is toast. Well, TJ, sometimes you are the hammer, sometimes you are the nail. I've been the hammer more times than I've been the nail in the NHL season this year, so I will take that. But Andrew, I get it. I understand the deal with the Wild. They've won 3 of the last 4 meetings against Carolina in Carolina, but I think the Canes Canes were playing well, but they were allowing a lot of goals, and they did the same thing last season. If you look at Carolina's start last season, their first 12 to 14 games, they were allowing a lot of goals, and then started to put it together, started to tighten up. Their last 3 games, they've allowed a total of 4 goals. They've gone 2-1. They lose a 2-1 game in Boston. That is the only loss. They're 3-1 at home on the season. And the Wild, they've lost 4 of their last 5 on the road. It's hard for me to make a case on the Wild unless you want to look at like back data and say, okay, well, the Wild have won 3 of the last 4 games in Colorado, in Carolina. Maybe Carolina takes them lightly. Do I want to lay the 192? I don't, because it's out of my price range, and my clients know that that's out of my price range. I would take the Canes in regulation. You can get them at anywhere from 120 to 130. I've looked at different books overnight and this morning, and you can get them there, and I'll explain that during my pod at the end of the show, Andrew. So with that said, Canes in regulation for me, and we're going to bring on, as you call him, Don Julio to talk the Ducks and the Stars. There he is. He's not even wearing red. He didn't even do the top button on of his shirt. He thinks he's like Don Johnson in Miami Vice or whatever. Button up that shirt. No one needs
to do that. What am I supposed to do? Button it right up? Come on.
Come on, man.
I'm getting ready for Mexico, Carmine.
You haven't been to Mexico in months.
Canada, and we're expecting snow. We're expecting snow on Sunday, so it's a good time for you to get out, Andrew. Oh, sorry.
I agree.
Buster, how are you doing, first of all?
Yeah, doing well, Carmine. Doing well. Everything's fine per se, except for I'm still in Canada. But besides that, that's sometimes life doesn't let you do everything you want to do right away. But soon enough, December 1st, we're hoping to be back in Mexico. So.
Yeah, well, as part of the free trade agreement between Canada and Mexico, we are shipping you down there, and we're just taking back a box of avocados in return. I think that's a great deal.
I think it is too, for sure.
Dallas Stars
-1 player option. 1 year player option. You can sign back next summer if you want.
Okay, thanks.
The Dallas Stars minus 181. The Ducks plus 148. The exciting Ducks plus 148. Total sits here at 6. Are the Stars shooting Ducks in this one, or are we feasting on? I don't know where I'm going here. Just give us a winner.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
Who do you like? Who do you like, Buster? Who do you like?
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for leaving me hanging there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to let Carm bury himself here. It's okay.
Well, I was enjoying it, actually, tell you the truth. But, okay, the Ducks are definitely playing, and they're playing some great hockey, and they're the definite surprise of the NHL this year. No doubt about that. They're on a 6-1 run, and it's not like they're beating like the lower teams of the NHL. They beat the Stanley Cup champions twice. They beat a very good Detroit team, I believe, and very impressive win against the New Jersey Devils. Now, Dallas are also playing probably their best hockey this season, but it seems like they play enough to win. 4 of their last 7 games have actually gone to overtime, including we had the crapshoot winner on Tuesday with Dallas. And again, what we're doing today, and I'll get to it, is that we're going to take that crapshoot right out of it. Don't like the coin flips in the NHL. So, but I'm just going to run a few little stats here. In 13 games that Dallas has played this year, they have won only 1 game by 2 goals. Anaheim, they have only lost 2 games by 2 goals. And that was one was the first game of the year, and one was like 2 games after that. This Anaheim team has been playing great hockey ever since. So, Last night, and I don't do this, I don't know. I bet you in all the years on the show, if I've done this a handful of times, and even all season, just don't like to, because you have to lay juice here. But we got last night Anaheim on the puck line minus 145. So we gave that right away out to clients. I think that's a really good play. Right now, I see there's been a lot of people this morning thinking the same idea as me, because Anaheim is getting bet. They're getting bet on the money line. They're getting bet on the puck line. But you can still find it around 155, 160 the last time I looked. So that will be my play for this game is Anaheim. We actually do. Like I said, we actually could see Anaheim winning this game, but we also believe this is going to be it could end up going to that coin flip again, the way these two teams have been playing. So, and we want to take that out of there. So we will play Anaheim plus 1.5 on the puck line. As for the total, of course, we'll go through that. I find this very similar as Tuesday's game, as we talked about that. Because all over the place, I know Carmine mentioned it was 6 over 20, I believe. I see 6 over 25, but I also see a lot of markets with 6.5 under 30. So as I said, Tuesday, you want to bet accordingly, depending on whether you like the over or the under. Now, Anaheim has been really a goal-scoring machine. They actually are number 1 in the NHL in goals scored per game. Now, Ottinger will be back in net tonight after he had a little baby there, I guess. And even though the last 2 games went over for the Stars, they went 7 games before that to the under. So there's that to think about. When these clubs get together, the last 9 games are 6-3 to the under. But I really like the way this Anaheim team's playing. I guess it'll come down to, if you want to bet this total, do you think Anaheim will take their type of game to Dallas? Or will Dallas, being at home with that last change, take their game to Anaheim? If you like Dallas to do that, it's an under. If you like Anaheim to open this up and have Dallas play open hockey, it's an over. For us, got to pass. It's just really tough total to bet. We pass the total, and we will take Anaheim plus 1.5 goals on the puck line.
All right. Love to hear it, Buster, and wish you obviously the best of luck. Buster, it is the semifinals of the Grey Cup. Are you putting on that leather helmet of yours from when you played back in the 40s and going to watch the game?
Actually, it's funny you say that because of life getting involved. Unfortunately, our good friend, Mr. Rob Braley, was kind enough to invite me to a private suite for the Hamilton Tiger Cats game. But unfortunately, other obligations had me passing. But I believe I will have 3 plays on these games coming up. Very looking forward to the CFL playoffs, and the Grey Cup will be in Winnipeg on the 16th of November. So yes, definitely will not bring out the brown helmet, but I might have needed it if I went to that private box with Mr. Braley. That's for sure.
It is very nice of him to invite you to a private box. I'm just checking my cell phone here, and I don't see like a single message from him or text message inviting me. But
I have known the guy
right now.
Yeah. I have known the guy for about 40 years, Carmine. So maybe I I know I'm not much up on you. That's for sure. Not anymore. Now that you won him all that big U.S. money back a couple years ago. So, so you are a little bit ahead of me, but I'm kind of shocked that he didn't call you. Maybe he thought you had a TFC game to go to or something.
Yep. I order him a case of scotch that you can't get in Canada, but before I deliver that, it's going to have a Grey Cup fee attached to it. Buster, what do you have to promote at WagerTalk?
Yeah, Carmine, thank you. I've got a 4% NHL best bet, probably my favorite play tonight. Just missed being a big play, but there was a couple parameters that just didn't allow me to make it a 5% play. Really like that play tonight. We're on a nice 4% run, just a little one, hitting about 80% on these 4% NHL plays of late. So you can go over to the site, Don Buster, and check that out. Also, we have that weekend warrior pass for all the cappers is still going. a great deal when you're betting football. If you guys are football bettors, which most of you probably are, you get all the college and NFL for Saturday and Sunday for only $49. And I think they even throw in Monday Night Football too, if any of the Capitals are playing that. That's a great deal. And they also have you can get the rest of the NFL and the rest of college football for a great price, all the way to the Super Bowl, all the way to the national championship, only $4.95. So a lot of great specials going on at WagerTalk. Go over, grab our 4% NHL best bet for tonight. You'll be glad you did. And as always, guys, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Good to see you. Always love having you on, Buster. Safe travels back to Mexico for you. We look forward to having you on the show with that Pablo Escobar Wi-Fi that you have each and every year, where we can barely hear you. But with that said, dude, have a great weekend, and we'll talk later, man.
You guys as well. Take care, guys.
Andrew, we got Brian coming up next, but before that, you and I are going to talk Vegas, and then we'll bring him in and get his thoughts on the game as well too. Someone had asked, am I taking that first period Vegas over? I'm not too sure on this one, because Tampa isn't lighting it up as of late. Minus 130 for Vegas, plus 108 for Tampa. I want to take Tampa in this game. I'm trying to find an excuse not to take Tampa Bay in this game. Plus 108. I like him in this spot. Andrew, convince me that I should not be taking Tampa Bay in this spot.
I can't convince you, because I like Tampa too. And I don't really want to convince you the other way. So I'd prefer to just keep backing the side that we both like in this one. Look, when it comes down to it here with this Tampa Bay Lightning team, number one, I've started to be a little more impressed with them lately. We've seen them really, really pick it up. And don't get me wrong, we know they're on the road. We know this team has kind of a tough start to the season, and they're in kind of cruise control right now, beating the Ducks, beating the Golden Knights in the last meeting, beating the Preds, beating the Stars, beating the Mammoth. But as far as this road trip is concerned, you start that off with a win against the Mammoth, but you drop that game against the Avalanche. This is going to be a motivated Lightning team here. And I'll tell you what, you've got a Vegas team coming off a game, Carm, that even though it was 1-0, that was about the easiest, most walk through, skate behind your back with your hands and don't even try all game long. This game that they played against the Red Wings, if John Gibson didn't stand on his head, it would have been 5-0 Vegas. I think that you're going to catch the Lightning being the more motivated team here. And I know the Lightning are playing well right now, but they want to get back up there at the top of that Atlantic Division standings. And road trips are where you do it. Road trips are where you can bank those points. And when I go over to the trusty sites at Money Puck or at Natural Stat Trick or some of these great websites that we like to use, I look at the goal differential and I like what I'm seeing from this Tampa Bay Lightning team. The thing is with this Tampa team, it's not like their expected goals for have been that standout for me this season. It's been the expected goals against that I've been the most impressed with this season. They're number 4 in expected goals against. And Vegas is right there next to them. But if you combine this Vegas offense right now with their defense, how they're playing, with the goaltending stepping up a little bit, I like them as an underdog. And I like a lot of underdogs actually on today's slate. And I feel like this is one that I'm going to back. I feel like the past couple games for Vegas, even though the scores might not indicate it, and maybe we can get Brian's take. I don't feel like this Golden Knights team has been challenged that much. And the funny thing is, they've been playing against really good teams. I feel like this is a team that's probably going to come in and I think outwork the Golden Knights. They're coming off a smooth victory against the Detroit Red Wings. I like this spot for Tampa.
Yeah, they've been playing. They started the season pretty much inconsistent, but you look at some of their games when they put together that 5-game win streak, and they beat a Ducks team 4-3. Then they beat the Vegas Golden Knights in OT. So some people might be looking at, and we always talk about it like the rapid revenge spot in Vegas, turning the tables on them. But then they allow 2 to Nashville, 1 to Dallas, and then a couple to Utah, who've been lighting it up as well too. And when you lose one, it wasn't a bad one. It was to the Colorado Avalanche in Colorado, where the Avs are a very good team, and you lose that game 3-2. You go back to that game in Tampa Bay between Vegas and Tampa Bay, and the analytics for that one pretty much matched the final score. Final score was 2-1. Analytics in that game were 2.9 expected goals for Tampa, 1.7 for Vegas in all situations. So with that said, there were full marks for the win, and I don't mind taking plus 108 here. They were favored in that game at home. You're getting them a plus 108 here. Two very good teams. I could see the Tampa sweep over the Vegas Golden Knights, but we'll get the final word from none other than Mr. Golden Knight himself, the shot of Bailey's in everyone's coffee, Brian Leonard.
I'm wondering why Andrew is wearing a camouflage shirt against a white background. We can still see you.
Yeah. I was hoping you couldn't.
Yes.
I was hoping that maybe you had a Buster's old background right behind you, and then that would have freaked Carmine out something awful.
Yeah, God.
My background has been so boring these couple weeks here, Brian. I had to spice it up a little bit here with at least what I got going on.
It makes me think he's in a penitentiary or something, and they allow him like an hour to do shows and stuff, right? So it's just like, all right, get back to your cell.
Getting back to the hockey game, we've been having a lot of fun on the show. I've seen that you've done that so far, but I prefer the under in this game. And one of the reasons is if you've watched the Knights when their starting goalie has been out, and I found out today he's going to continue to be out for a while. They've got two young goalies, but they've been very good. And when you have to protect your goalies, you're less inclined to try to score goals. Andrew talked about this on the game that they played the other day against Detroit. Once Vegas got that lead, that 1-0 lead, you knew, well, you didn't know, but you had a pretty good feeling that they were not going to give up any goals the rest of the way. And I think that's the way this is going to be played. It's very similar to the way that first game in Tampa was played. It was a 2-1 overtime win for Tampa, and both teams played excellent defense. I would expect more of that today. It's come down to 5.5 at a few places, but you can still catch 6 at a lot of places. And 7 goals to beat you with these two defenses. You had mentioned to Carmine how good these teams have been on expected goals against. That to me is the way to play this game. Vegas is playing with rapid revenge from that road trip that they did not play well in. And they've got Florida coming up again this week. And that's the other team they lost to on that road trip. So I spy a lot of low-scoring games here in Vegas during this run. They got Anaheim, I believe, coming up this weekend. Another team playing really, really good hockey. So I expect defense to be the key tonight in that game.
All right. Brian with his thoughts to close up the Tampa and Vegas game. And you're going to break down one of the best games of the night, the St. Louis Blues and the Buffalo Sabres. The Sabres favored. Yes, the Sabres are favored 136 plus 112 is the take back on the Blues. The total sits here at a juicy 6.5. How are you playing this one?
I appreciate all your excitement you gave everybody by telling them I had the worst game to talk about, but I don't care what game we're talking about as we can make some money. And I think this is a good chance to make some money here. I've had a nice idea about St. Louis this week. I played them at home the other day against Edmonton, got the win. Played against them yesterday in Washington, got the win. I think I got another winner for them here. St. Louis Blues, if you take a look at the teams in the NHL, the teams with the worst goal differential, it's the St. Louis Blues, and it's not even close. The next closest is Calgary at -13. St. Louis is -21. Yet they played 8 games at home and only 6 games on the road. They're coming off that game yesterday, the exciting game in Washington. And Bennington, I thought he did it as a joke. I don't know him personally. It was funny. He made the national news. It's good for hockey, regardless of the reason why he did it. But they did pull him early in that game. He did not play well, so I would expect him to still be on the ice. But he's not the same goalie, as Andrew mentioned, that he has been in the past. St. Louis's defense has been horrendous on the season. They've given up 59 goals in 14 games. The next closest is, 54? So, yeah, they've just been terrible defensively. Now they're going on the road in the second of a back-to-back situation. And I believe it's their third game in 4 days as well. Yes, it is. And then they get to come home and play 4 games back in St. Louis. They play Seattle, Calgary, Philadelphia, and the Vegas Knights. A very good chance for them to win 3 of those 4 games and get back into the talk of possibly making the playoffs. But this team, if you remember last year, they struggled early on, and they got hot at the end, and they were a dangerous team. They make the playoffs, and they're a dangerous team. And it's very much similar to that. I don't trust the St. Louis team right now. When they won 2 days ago, they were playing with a 7-game losing streak. Edmonton was coming in. Edmonton had done nothing on the road, not played well, and we got that victory. Then they played Washington. Washington completely dominated them yesterday. And to expect them to compete here, I just don't agree with it. Buffalo is only down 2 net goals on the season. They're playing much better now than they had in the past. You go back Buffalo's last 10 games, they've only lost 1 game in regulation. This team is slowly, and they're sort of like Andrew's shirt. Nobody sees them right now. They're a camouflage. And I think there's a lot of value on them here going against a team in a back-to-back bad situation. After this game for Buffalo, they got to go on the road and play Carolina, Utah, Anaheim, Colorado, and Detroit. This is a must-win game for the Buffalo Sabres, and Buffalo in a must-win situation over the years, probably not been that good. You would know more than us on that regarding Carmine, but I think this is just a really good spot. It was at 125 yesterday before the game had played, the overnight look ahead. Now you're getting it. You can still catch a couple of 125s, but the most that's gone up is 135 off of a loss. This is a good spot for Buffalo. I'm going to lay it with the host here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bri. You know, the staple for the Blues has always sort of been their defense is very good, and that helps the goalies. But I don't think it has been, and it's been a dismal season for Binnington and Hofer. It's showing Hofer like as expected for tonight. I don't know if that changes just because Binnington got pulled last night. It remains to be seen. But you talked about 3 games in 4 nights. There's no confidence right now in betting the Blues. You just don't see anything that makes you on. You're either on Buffalo or you're off the game. If you can come up for a reason, Andrew, can you come up with a reason to play the St. Louis Blues tonight? I certainly can't.
I mean, the only reason you could look at it is that they couldn't have looked shittier through the first 40 minutes of that game. So if you're someone that likes to take bounce back spots, that would be one to look at. Like a lot of times, we would say some athletes would rather correct their mistakes the next night on the second half of a back-to-back than have to sit and stew for the next 4 nights and not play a game. So some guys do like to use that motivation and anger and just be able to get right back on track the next night. So that's really the only thing I could say. I'm right there. I agree with the Buffalo side in this one. I talked about it on my show last night, and I was kind of thinking that same Buffalo side. And the only thing, if I was to not get there, would be just the quotes out of Braden Shen, the captain of St. Louis Blues. He pretty much went to the media and just it was the ultimate own up to everything. Yeah, we were awful. We were embarrassing. We were pathetic. We owe it to the owners. We owe it to the coaches. We owe it to the fans. So the only thing is, though, guys, when a player says that, you can say whatever you want, but it doesn't really mean it's going to reflect on the score sheet and into the game the next day. So my 2 cents, I think we're going to get some goals in this game. I just don't think that they have it in them to make it a low scoring game. If they're going to show any kind of pride, they're going to score some goals, but I don't think it's going to stop Buffalo from scoring. That's kind of, and Hofer in net. I like the over. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and we have confirmed this as far as the Sabres are concerned. We have, I see confirmation it's UPL in net, or as TJ Salvatore says, can Karn pronounce his name? Of course I can pronounce Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. Yeah, man. I can pronounce some of them. It's some of the other names, the Russian ones or the whatever that I completely butcher. But come on, man. UPL, I'm good with. Brian,
Don't get on Carm's bad side.
you have
Come on, DJ. Come on, man.
nice little run for you, and you got a 5% play up in the NHL tonight. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we're on a nice run, 24-11 in college football. I went to Akron University. I know the MAC the last 2 days, gave out MAC plays. Toledo yesterday, huge, easy winner. Both games were easy winners. I had Washington, obviously, in that game. 5% play going today in the NHL. It's a game that I really like the situation on, and I think we're getting tremendous value in it. Very similar to the play I just used with Buffalo. So that's up there right now. I mentioned the college football. Obviously, Buster talked about that, so I won't get back into it. But real excited about the weekend. It's been a terrific run for us overall. 4 straight in the NHL this week. Number 1 the last 3 days. I think number 2 the last 7. Everything's going really well. Cannot complain at all, but a big 5% going in the NHL today. And I'm seeing things very clearly, as they say. And I was still able to find Andrew in that shirt. So, yeah, everything's going very well.
You don't want to hear me sing. I was when you said I'm seeing things clearly now, I was going to get into that song. Yeah. I can see clearly now.
You know,
yes.
I'm not trying to take any shots at people's geography, but when I say I lived in the east coast of Canada, this is how people seem to think that we live. And I live in an igloo, and I have an animal driving me around on a sled, and I hunt for my food. So I might as well start playing the part. Nobody thinks that east coast of Canada there's any type of civilization, and this is how we dress every day. So I might as well start trying to play the part here. This is I got camo pants, camo underwear. I'll wear a camo hat. I might as well start trying to fit the stereotype here of an Eastern Canadian.
As our beloved Missy in the Detroit office says, Andrew lives in Narnia. So way out there where we just don't know what is going on. But Brian, for the life of me, and you're different. Before I let you go, no, not different in the sense of different, but as far as like food goes, Andrew lives on the East Coast. On the East Coast, how does a guy who lives on the East Coast not like seafood and lobster? Like literally, you can reach out of your window while you're driving near the water and pick up a lobster off the side of the road. It is unbelievable how a guy on the East Coast does not eat lobster.
I have never been to that part of Canada. I'd love to go. What months can you wear shorts where you live right now?
Brian, I will tell you, we probably have less snow and less cold weather than where Carm and Prez live.
Oh, okay.
It's just more wind and rain and stuff like. I'd almost prefer snow than like the slush and rain, because we're right along the coast, right? So we don't get as much heavy snow. So it's probably the same as Carm, I would say. But it just started to click. Carm will agree with me. It just started to click where it's just cold now. Like it's not like it's horrible, but it went from like, oh, you can wear shorts and a hoodie to you have to wear a big jacket walking around. So. I am the first to tell you I love where I'm from, but I hate being cold, and that will never change. And Carm, I got to ask you, because we're getting off topic, but I got to ask, do you think it's possible for me to be able to change that? Like, I actually, trust me, I want it. Like every year at family reunions, like we have all the tables set up, and I just cannot. I don't like lobster. I don't like crab. Do you think it's possible for me to eventually get there?
Yeah, like absolutely. My youngest brother, when I got married, I rented, I flew a bunch of people down to Atlantis in the Bahamas, and we got married there on the beach, Paradise Beach, and we had an outdoor buffet. I had them grilling lobster tails. My brother had never eaten lobster before. He was my best man. I said, you got to try the lobster. He tried it and then ended up eating like 6 lobster tails. They weren't huge, but he ate 6 of them, and now he eats lobster. So there you go. With that said, Bri, best of luck on your 5% play.
See you, Brian.
And we will move on, and we will see you next week on Puck Time. So I appreciate it. Andrew, the Prez, he'll be away all of next week. So it's going to make some of those people on the show in the chat happy. Brian will be doing double duty. Prez also has a 5% play. He asked me to mention it. I don't know what the play is, but you can head over to WagerTalk and pick it up on his page and give him some support. He's started to turn his NHL season around, as he says, and he's on a nice little run. So best of luck to him. My pod play, Andrew, and then I will send it over to you for a same game parlay and to close out the show, or else we're going to run over Andy Lang in Wager Talk today. My pod is going to go back to that Canes game. I like the Canes. I don't want to lay 192. I'm going to take them to win in regulation. I think they're starting to play better. They're a very good team at home until the Wild sort of turned their season around. I just can't see a reason why the Wild are a live bet at plus 156. I'm taking the Canes in regulation minus 120, and that's basically about they're all flat $200 bets, so that's 200 to win about 167, I believe, and that'll take us back over the 5K, and we'll get ready for a big weekend. Couple of plays up in Europa League for me this afternoon, and then 2 plays up in the NHL. 2-0 sweep for my clients last night. It's been a good start to the NHL season. We're going to try and keep it going. So you can head over to my page. One day I'll access. We'll pick those all up, and I'll have an NFL play for tonight as well. Andrew, I'm going to send it over to you for a same game parlay. But before you do, for our man TJ Salvatore, who is a New Jersey Devils fan, and they play the Montreal Canadiens tonight, can you give us some quick thoughts on that game?
Yeah, Carm, we've got 2 quick games to mention. I will tell you, the Montreal Canadiens, I like the under in that game. And I hate to say it, but I actually think the Devils are the spot as well, going against my Montreal Canadiens. But the Habs gave up 3 goals in the first 3 minutes of their game against the Philadelphia Flyers. Defense will be the story. They talked about how poor their defensive effort was out the gate. They talked about their transition game not being good. I think defense is the way to go. The New Jersey Devils have actually owned the Canadiens, though, in series history, 5-1 their last 6. But a handful of those were defensive battles, and we know how good the Devils are as far as their forwards playing defense, and their goaltending right now has been pretty good as well. So I do lean towards the under, but I also like the New Jersey Devils. Unfortunately, just quickly here, we've got this comment: why is Ottawa favored over Boston in Boston? Is it a trap or a sweet revenge? We've been seeing this comment quite a bit. I'll put my 2 cents here. I like the Ottawa Senators in this one. One of my biggest reasons for it is I love backing teams on rest. I backed the Capitals on rest yesterday. We're backing the Senators on rest today. If you decide to play them, they have not played since Saturday, and they lost to their division rivals, the Canadiens, 4-3. I think it's a good spot to back the Senators despite some injury stuff going on there. No fancy graphic for you guys today, but we just have this to look at. This is plus 308. We want to get back in the win column. We won that 10-1 pick earlier in the week, and we haven't won a same game parlay since. Speaking of Ottawa, let's go to Ottawa right now. Tim Stützle, anytime point. Drake Batherson, anytime point. Both guys on the top line. Both guys on the power play unit. Let's go to Sam Reinhart and Carter Verhaeghe, 2 second-line players for the Florida Panthers. Florida off a game where they got absolutely waxed by the Anaheim Ducks. They're going to be in bounce-back mode against the LA Kings. I don't really like LA's defense right now, and I don't like their defensive core whatsoever. I think these 2 guys will get on the score sheet. So shop around, guys. Find the best prices available. Plus 308. We don't have to be greedy. We don't have to get 10-1, 20-1. Nice little plus 308. Same game parlay. 2 games, 4 picks. Let's cash these tickets. 2-0 night for me yesterday. Would have loved for it to be 3-0. We did have 1 push, so we'll move on to today. But looking forward to this card. I have 1 4% best bet. The rest of the plays will be 3% or 2%, but I'm feeling pretty good about this one. And make sure you guys are tuning in, whether it's live or afterwards. My new show, The Pre-Scout, 10 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, we're going to have an every game on the board video for Saturday. We're breaking down videos, going over opening lines every single night. But on behalf of Carmine, Buster, and Brian, all of you guys watching, we appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Hit that like button. We'll see you next time.
the gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk the talk. Loaded lineup today. Gianni The Greek is going to drop the Steam report. Dave Mason from Bet Online is going to us. And we got to talk to him about what happened with Penn and ESPN earlier today. I'll give my thoughts on that. Joe Ranieri is going to join us, break down Thursday night football, plus the Clippers and the Suns. And we'll go over a same-game parlay for tonight, as well as some free picks. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Please hit the like button as we bring in Yanni to go over the Steam report. Yanni, we got a ton going on. I can only imagine how busy it is now that we've added college basketball to the mix. So,
brother, I just, as I'm doing this is what I'm sending. I'm adding my college basketball 6-pack just turned into a college basketball 7-pack. Because I just added another college basketball 4%, man. We are firing. I'm working with the same groups I did in college football. So, yeah, again, it's not going to be crazy volume, but we're not afraid to bet. And so far, college basketball has been good. It's early first week, but jumping out ahead and sitting at number one in profit, I will take it. And, yeah, college football, NFL, MMA, college basketball, NBA, like, dude, it doesn't get better than that. We have everything. So wherever you want to take it, brother.
Well, let's start with the NFL game tonight. The lines are all over the place. I mean, FanDuel's, there's an 8.5 out there. Pinnacle's got a 10 out there. So what are we seeing for the Thursday night game?
Yeah, and it's all the overreaction here on the Denver Broncos. Listen, they've been playing good. Not just winning a bunch of games, but they've been covering as well. They've won 6 straight. They've covered 4 of their last 6. You're not going to get a team like that at any kind of discount. And then on the flip side of that, you got a Vegas team that 2 weeks ago got shut out. And then last Sunday here in Vegas, they played their hearts out, got the overtime, went for 2, didn't get it, and end up losing the game by 1. So you're like, what do they have left in the tank in a short week now? You know, on the road. It's not even at home. And I think that's why you're seeing the line up as high as it is right now. But let's not forget, the look ahead was 10.5. Just like the look ahead total was 43. Total got bet down to 42, but started going back up. No surprise, primetime game usually gets over money from the public. So we're looking at 43s today. But again, back to the side, where the look ahead was 10.5, went to 10, 9.5, now down to 9. So obviously sharp money on Vegas, but they're getting more than enough Denver money to offset that risk. And when you tie in all the teasers that are going to be bet on Denver, all the money line parlays that are going to be bet on Denver, tied into Sunday NFL and other stuff tonight and tomorrow, I think that the books will end up like with this line right around where it is. I don't think they're going to have all that much risk when it's said and done. They're probably going to need the dog like they do on most primetime games. Doesn't mean all that much. Again, but it's one of those tough NFL games because you know what the Sharps are going to do. You got a divisional game, double-digit dog. They're going to grab the 10. They do it all the time. It's automatic. And then from there, it's see what the public does. And like I said, they're coming in more on Denver, but because they're being asked to lay this many points, they're getting more creative and they're teasing it. They're money line parlaying it, and they're looking for props, team totals, ways to bet Denver and not have to lay, 9 points.
Let's move to college football. What are you seeing with some of this action? We got games tonight. We got games tomorrow. We got Saturday. What's on the slate?
Yeah, these primetime games, man, a lot of South Florida money tonight. They're not afraid to be laying this double digits. And what sticks out to me is whenever you saw like the sharper books go to 14 and a half, it got picked off on the dog. Like they were taking the UTSA side at above 2 touchdowns. So every time that so much public risk moves it, they know they could attract some sharp money by getting this up over 2 touchdowns on the UTSA side. And if you remember, UTSA last week as 5.5-point dogs won by 3 touchdowns. That was one of my 4% plays against Tulane. which I like Tulane this week, just throwing it out there. In the other game, the Appalachian State game, that's good two-way action there. And the line even reflects that. In fact, I'm seeing more money on the Georgia Southern game as of right now. If the game was kicking off right now, the books would actually need the favorite, the Appalachian State side, all over money from the public, but the under got steam. So the sharps are on the under. This is one of those public on one side, sharps on the other, and that's definitely the total on this game, with the wise guys betting the under and the betting public heavy on the over. So that's pretty much the college football for today. Real quickly, look at the weekend. Everybody's big game, Alabama, LSU. And so far, like, it hasn't attracted the action you usually get for that kind of matchup. And the reason's simple. It's a double-digit spread this year on the Alabama side. But the Sharps got involved immediately. They took the points with LSU. No surprise. The look ahead was up around like 11 and a half even. So they took that down, and that's why you're looking at 9.5. But I did see some sharp money laying it under 10. So like at 9, they're going to take Alabama, but up there, at 11 and a half or so, that you saw LSU money, and also a little bit under at 50. But I think when the public gets involved, they're going to bet this game over. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Nothing really else of note. If you check on Bet on It, we went over some of the steam moves, but a lot of those lines are gone. I know tomorrow we're doing Football Friday. Hopefully we have some fresh stuff between now and then. But yeah, good board of college football. Even tomorrow, there's 3 primetime games. And like I told you, I like Tulane. I already released them to subscribers. So that line's gone though. Now you're looking at 3.5 at the sharper shops.
Anything in college basketball that we should be taking note of?
And real quickly, there's 2 free plays at WagerTalk. 2 free plays, one 4%, one 3%, both in hockey, Canadian hockey, OHL. So head on over, check that out at WagerTalk. 2 free premium plays that I sent to subscribers for you. As far as college basketball, so far I've given out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 9 plays. I've given out 9 plays. 7 of them are on a package for daily if you want. Here's 2 that aren't on that card that only subscribers got. 667 Wright State plus 15. I know it looks like the opposite got steamed, but that's why you got to be very careful this early on in college basketball. There's a lot of manipulation on screen, and then we come and fire off screen and take the side we really want, which was the Wright State plus 15 after it got bet up. And then in the extra board games, 306, 663, Jackson State plus 38. So those are 2 premium plays I gave subscribers. Wright State plus 15, Jackson State plus 38. 2 moves that a guy I trade info with, his group bet 656 Ohio at a pick'em and -1. And they also took 662 Abilene Christian -3.5 and 4.
All right. We only got 1 basketball game tonight, and Clippers open -5.5. And then Kawhi Leonard and James Harden immediately get rolled out, and this line flips to like -2.5, -3. I'm assuming this line move is pretty much over and done with. Nothing to be had here.
Yeah. Once it got to 3, I mean, I didn't see it drop back down. I haven't seen like 3.5, but I have seen the 3 juiced. Even at some of the sharper shops. So obviously a ton of Phoenix money. And that's just one of the toughest sports for the books to bet, to book. I mean, not that I feel bad for bookmakers, but yeah, they got to get ahead of all that information and then quantify what that information's worth. Like, what is this player actually worth at a betting line over and over and over and over again? And you keep getting pelted with one-sided money. What can you do? Keep raising the line and hope you could attract some money the other way. But so far, no takers on the Clippers, even though they were 5.5-point favorites when this line opened.
Let's move to UFC here. Here's
All
one thing
right.
I can.
I'm
Here's
prepping for that
listen.
because
Listen.
I'm actually going to Apex today to tape 2 shows, UFC for this weekend,
Nice.
and then next week with the Islam Makhachev main event.
So there's no guarantees in this business. I got a guarantee for you, Yanni.
Give it to me.
No fights are going to be fixed this week. With how much attention is
Even
on,
though this is
on
when you do it in plain sight. If you're ever going to do it, this is probably when you want to do it. They're going to like, who would do it? It's almost like Bulgarian, and everyone's like, no way would anyone connected with Glory do it, right? What are the chances?
Yeah, right. What do you think about this card? You want to start with the main event here? Gabriel Bonfim and
everybody
Randy Brown.
disagrees with me. I'm on the island. I don't know if it's the square side, but I like Gabriel Bonfim. I know the sharps on Randy Brown. That line's dropped, but at under -200, I think he's the right side. He's so much younger. I think he's been so punished for that loss to Nicholas Dalby that he's never gotten over it. And the market hasn't. But if you look at that line with Dalby, he was like a -600 favorite when he walked into the octagon. And I get it. Randy Brown just finished that same Dalby that we lost to, but he opened like -200. It's a big difference between -600 and -200, what the market thinks. So this is a huge adjustment. And I like that he's like 5-6 years younger. Randy Brown's up there in age. Again, I'm a fan of Randy Brown. Hard to knock him. It's not a fade of Randy Brown. It's a bet on Gabriel Bonfim. I just think he's the right side. Co-main event, you can't make any money on it. Morales will probably beat Schnell. I'm sure bettors will sprinkle a little something on Schnell because he's a 500 fighter, but at a dog, he's always capable of winning a fight. But I just think it's such a bad matchup for him against Morales, and Morales coming in with a ton of momentum. But yeah, I can't touch that. And real quickly, the fight that jumped out at me was Uros Medic over Salikov. Like, I like Medic a lot, and here's why. Number one, the over was favored at 1.5, but the under's gotten so much steam. This one's figured to end within the first 7.5 minutes. I agree. So there's a lot of randomness when that happens in variance. So you may be like, wait, so wouldn't you be on the dog? Absolutely not. Because when you look at the knockout rate and the chin between these two, Medic has a huge advantage. And I think that's going to be the difference maker. The power of Medic over Salikov, because they're both going to go to land, but it'll be the difference in the power of Medic. Anything less than -200, I thought he was the right side. But again, I'm seeing a lot of disagreement from guys I respect on two of them favorites that I just said, Bonfim and Medic. What do you think?
All right, so I like Salikov. Medic just turns this into all of his fights have turned into a fire. Do you know I did this on our show? He has 14 fights and 36 minutes of cage time.
Yeah.
All of his fights are just over immediately.
Like that.
Yeah.
No, a lot of sharps are on Salikov. You see the line.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't trust the chin of Medic. This is a guy that got knocked down by Gilbert Urbina. So I'm not interested there. I love Joseph Morales by finish. I think he finishes Schnell. Schnell retired and then he came back. When does this ever work? And then my only concern with Bonfim is it's his first 5-round fight, and I worry about the cardio. If he works too hard on the wrestling, doesn't get the takedowns, maybe he gasses out. But Randy Brown is the king of making the mistakes and being underwhelming, fighting down to his, I don't know, like losing close rounds. He's the best at it. He's number one at that. So a couple others. Let's see. Oh, what's your Christian Leroy Duncan and Marco Tulio?
I think Tulio's the right side. I do. I think Tulio's definitely the right side. I just don't love the price, and that's what happens to me a lot in with MMA. Because now he's up to like -190. At the opener of -150 where he got steamed, I thought it was the right side. But now Duncan, being able to get him at +160, dude, he wins this fight 4 out of 10 times. It's a good bet. And he's capable. So it's a pass for me. You like that fight?
To me, it's dog or pass, although I'm not going to get to
now. It probably, see.
Yeah, now it is. And Duncan's fought the much better level of competition. Tulio, Listen, Tulio's going to get a lot of hype because his girlfriend's Norma Dumont. Norma Dumont's just coming off of a win, and Tulio's 14-1, but only 2 fights are in the UFC. It would be dog or pass at this point.
Another dog that I like is Barcelos with Ricky Simon.
Me too.
Barcelos continues to defy the age, and Simon isn't all that younger than him. So this is one of these fights that Barcelos isn't actually fighting a kid like in his 20s, a Talbot that's supposed to run right through him. You know what I mean? Dude, he'll make your life miserable, Barcelos, bro. At plus money, he's getting my money.
His age. Yeah, defy his age, Gianni. Okay, yeah. No, I've never seen a guy not be able to go 3 rounds and all of a sudden he's dog walking guys twice his size in there. We'll just leave it at that. Last one I'll leave you with. I love Hyder Emil over Jamal Emmers. Your boy Delgado knocked out Emil, and I said in the moment, I can't wait to bet on Hyder Emil his next fight. And then they give him Emmers, who's kill or be killed, leaves his chin wide open.
Yeah.
I love Hyder in the bounce back spot. I love fighters when they're coming off of their first loss. That was Hyder Emil's first loss. I love coming back on them because they get a step down.
If they're legit, they bounce back. Yeah, because they go harder in the gym. They pick up some things. They're more cautious next time out. Yeah, for sure.
Are you aware of what happened with ESPN Bet? I can't imagine it affects your world a whole lot. ESPN Bet. Okay. Yeah. I'll do a little segment on that. Yeah. ESPN Bet is going to be no more, and Penn is out of the business. So Penn has blown $1 billion trying to make it work with Barstool and ESPN. It's staggering, man. Absolutely staggering. What has happened with that, but I figured it probably doesn't affect you.
I don't use them. I can't use them. So
if you've ever won a bet on ESPN Bet, you'll never use them again because they won't let you. That was part of the problem. It's kind of one of the things that we ask people, like other bettors, like, do you still have an account at ESPN Bet or Fanatics? And if they say yes, that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
About what their record has been. So I will not miss ESPN Bet at all in the slightest. All right. It's a great Thursday. We got a ton of action. You already mentioned you got college basketball. What else do you have up?
I got a college basketball 7-pack up there that's got like 3 or 4% plays. Again, coming out red hot in college basketball, just like we did in college football. I have the NFL game tonight, a 4% on the Thursday night game. I have a Friday college football package up, still number 1 in college football, over 130 units for the year. Saturday college football package, Sunday NFL package, no 5% this weekend because the 4s have been strong enough. I don't want to put the pressure of this is the game, the strongest game. We have a ton of strong positions on Saturday and Sunday in college football and NFL, but Monday may drop a bomb. So great time to jump on board. A lot of different sports we're getting involved in. And don't forget, check out the free stuff as well at WagerTalk.com because I post as many premiums as I possibly can. So best of luck and do some damage.
All right. Thanks, Gianni. Gianni The Greek, all of his plays over at WagerTalk.com. And let's talk about this bizarro ESPN Bet thing. So here's the deal. Penn and ESPN, they had a 10-year deal. They're getting rid of it after just 2 years. And James, one of Johnny Detroit's best friends, said it best. Penn has gone from William Hill to Canby to Barstool to ESPN to no one in the course of 7 years. You have to be the worst partner in the world to achieve that amount of futility in the sports betting industry. It's just a weird thing that happened. They spent $1 billion trying to launch Barstool and ESPN Bet. ESPN quickly came out and said, no, we're going to be using DraftKings as our main book. And Penn is apparently going to move the ESPN Bet to the Score Bet app. I will tell you, this was bad for us bettors. Somebody aggressively wanted to get into the market. They had $1 billion apparently to play with, and they messed it up. They had more than enough resources to make a really good sports book with a good interface that always worked, with good management, with good limits, with fair rules for the bettors. And what did we get? We got Barstool book for a while, and then ESPN Bet, which limited you immediately. Even if you didn't win, immediately, if you beat a prop line, you were just done. And then that travels, the word travels about ESPN Bet, and their interface was terrible. They didn't offer as many props as other sites did, and they ended up with a 5% market share. ESPN ended up with a 5% market share. And the other big takeaway, me, small business owner, they made a really, really big mistake in business. Their business plan was, we can make a lot of money in the sports gambling world, and they just went from there. And their business plan should have been, is there a hole in the market we can fill? What are problems we can solve for people? It's business 101. And they got it wrong from the very beginning. And to be honest, I have no idea what has happened to ESPN. This, Johnny Detroit and I were talking earlier. This was, you wanted to watch SportsCenter. You wanted to watch all these shows. And now it just feels like they just can't do anything right at this point. So we're going to bring in Dan. We're going to do a same game parlay for tonight's game. Dan, what has happened to ESPN? How did we get here? I used to watch ESPN all the time.
It's not only ESPN, it's like a microcosm of what the sports talk industry has become. The second that Stephen A. Smith yelling across the table at a dude who was hewn from leather got super popular, it was done. It was done. Like, ESPN viewed it as the same way as like MTV. MTV was like, why would we pay a swath of many people to do a job very well? Instead, when we could just either pay Stephen A. Smith, or in MTV's case, let's just pay Rob Dyrdek a lot of money and he'll host ridiculousness around the clock and we'll just run garbage. So it really is what's happened, not only to this industry specifically, but broadcast television as a whole. And in the case of how it relates to ESPN Bet with Penn National, I look at Penn National and Penn Gaming with a little bit different of eyes, because their headquarters is Wyomissing, Pennsylvania. That's where I'm from. So I know the guys who were on the board when they first had the Barstool deal. You know, I knew people's families who were involved. So, it doesn't surprise me at all. I hate to say it, knowing what I know, that all of these ventures continue to fail. Because what happens with Penn, first off, you make a horrible deal with Barstool that was never going to work. And the fact that even that one failed, Andy, when Barstool spent the better part of a decade, conditioning, grooming their customers to being degenerate gamblers, the exact same thing that a sportsbook would want to be. When that fails, it probably tells you maybe this isn't the industry for us. Maybe we should stick more with casinos and brick and mortar locations than venturing into iGaming, to online gaming. And they didn't learn their lesson. And this is just as bad for ESPN, who said, oh, we saw you fail really bad with Barstool, a team of people who ESPN already knew. Oh, with the whole Barstool thing that we did with the Barstool bust that they had, a show that lasted one show before they canceled. Why would you take the person who didn't work with Barstool, a company who you don't want to deal with, and then say, yeah, I want you to run our sports book? It was screwed from the jump, man. And it really doesn't surprise me. And I think it speaks to a couple different issues, not only in the sports betting industry, but what you see. And when you kick out winners, people aren't going to bet at your book. That simple. And ESPN Bet and Penn Gaming is one of the worst at kicking out winning gamers. People talk all the time about FanDuel, about DraftKings. ESPN Bet, Penn Gaming, they are the worst offender out of all of them, in my opinion.
Oh, FanDuel and DraftKings are saints compared to
these people. Yeah.
I don't. What happened to the decision making at ESPN? It used to be they couldn't miss, and then
ever. What would you do, Andy, to go back to the ticker on the side, SportsCenter? You're waiting every single top of the hour so that you can see the top 10. Like, I remember back when I was in high school, we had, TVs in the lunchroom, and the only thing that we were allowed to put on it was ESPN. And it was, if you were lucky enough that you had your 45-minute increment that was always on the back end of an hour, all the boys would be so pumped because we were going to get to see the top 10 plays of the day. And ESPN is so far gone away from it. It's just hot take show after hot take show after hot take show. And people don't want that. You know what I mean? But it's a lot easier for them to fill broadcasting with that than have some competent anchors, because then those anchors get popular. Then, you know, with union and everything, you have to make those prices go higher and higher. They said, let's just throw a bag at Stephen A. and he'll say dumb shit all day long. Okay. Yeah. People want to see that.
Justin brings up this. This is where I'm going with it. Look at the list of people that ESPN used to have. They used to have Bill Simmons, who moved on to sell
Start
a company for $250 million to Spotify. They had Colin Cowherd, he's built a juggernaut over at FS1. They lost Ryan Russillo, who went to the Ringer and now is over at Barstool. Just those three guys they had, and they couldn't figure out how to keep them. And it's baffling. And then these shows keep getting worse and worse and worse. It's like, how many takes? How many hot takes can you have?
Even the I used to like those ESPN fantasy shows, you know, when you had guys, and you know, I didn't really love the cast of talent that they had on there, but it was meaningful. And now they just slap people on who are not fantasy experts, who are not DFX experts, and they say, we're already paying this person, so let's just put them on that show. So they have anchors who aren't experts. You know, I hate to say it, you know, I love my Philly folks. We have someone like EKD, Aaron K. Dolan, who, you know, fine on air, but as far as, you know, betting information, a stalwart she is not. You know what I mean? So
yes.
you put people, and bettors especially can smell through shit a mile away, right? Like you can't tell. You know, like we couldn't tell the audience who watches this show or who watches WagerTalk that, like, you know, you couldn't piss on their leg and tell them it's raining. And that's what these people try and do with who they put on air. CBS Sports does the same exact thing. They put people who are either bad bettors, and maybe this is by design, Andy, but bad bettors, misinformed bettors, and people who are just chasing action in these spots where, you know, if you're arming people with good information, they don't want that, Andy, because, you know, ESPN Bet doesn't want you to be a smart consumer. Why the hell would I watch the show sponsored by DraftKings to go bet on DraftKings? I don't understand it.
It's really, really bad. Yeah, it's like, hey, random anchor of Sports Center telling me to take the favorite on Monday Night Football. Oh, what great content. Awesome.
Yeah. And then it's like, hey, welcome on to ESPN Football. Let's have Matt Berry give you a same game parlay before the game launches. But we have no gambling issues. You know what I mean? It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And I get it.
They lost him.
Go get that bag. Yeah, exactly. Go get that bag. Whatever you got to do. But it's a joke. And the thing is true sports bettors, Andy, they aren't going to buy into your bullshit. You know what I mean? Because they aren't going to just say, oh, this person knows what they talk. They can smell it a mile away. When we have a bad handicap, the comments blow up. They're like, what are you talking about? You're not looking at this. You're being myopic to that. You know, bettors in this day and age, and it'll be funny. You can ask Dave Mason about this, but the average bettor, I would argue now, and I hate to use the word sharp versus public, you know, that's still always a thing, but the average bettor is way more informed now than they ever were. And that's, you know, a good thing. You know, I think it makes markets, you know, tougher to beat, to be honest with you, because you don't have such bad misinformed players playing into it. Still, obviously, there's a huge swath of that, and that still happens. But I would say the average IQ of the sports bettor, as far as sports betting IQ go, is higher than it has ever been.
Oh, absolutely. There's just so many more resources out there that everybody has access to. Like, you know, when someone gets injured, it's all over social media. It used to be like, there were hours before anybody would know it. You're like, what's going on? You can't have a last second injury without the entire world knowing it. So it's a fascinating case study. It really is, to just go back 10 years to look and see what ESPN was and see what it is now. And I will also, I know we're crushing ESPN, but this new NBA product is so good. It's so good this year. Watching on League Pass on Amazon Prime, and it
feels like an event again. Yeah, it's not just like, hey, we're filling broadcast clocks. Yeah,
they go on air. Here's the teams. Here's the players. Here's why we think they're going to win at halftime. Here's why they're winning. Here's the plays that they're running. Like, when it was over at ESPN, it was just like they go to halftime. You need Perk to give some ridiculous take on somebody's outfit that they wore before the game. So I'm loving this new NBA product. 2 thumbs up. Absolutely loving it. I think it's great. I think NBA is due for a resurgence because this TV product is just light years ahead and better. So, all right, we got Dave Mason in here. So Dan, I'll let you go. We can get Dave Mason. Guys, we got a couple things up at WagerTalk here. NFL Week 10 props pack is up, and we do have a play for Thursday Night Football. So if you want tonight's play, just go grab the pack. You're going to get every single play from tonight through Sunday, all the way through Monday Night Football. So we're hitting over 55%. You guys know my goal is 58% at the end of the year. We're around 55%, which is good. It's actually really good, but we got lofty expectations and goals. So you want to grab that. That is up. We got 2 NHL plays that are up for tonight. And we got a UFC best bet. Went 1-1 in NHL. And we finally had a down day in NBA. Sorry about that, guys. We were 0-3. Have no props because there's only one game, but we'll see what we can do on Friday, get back. But this is why we recommend getting 7 days worth of props. That's how we judge it, not on one night. So over the course of the week, doing pretty good, 18-11 since Sunday. So, all right, let's bring in Dave Mason. Dave, happy Thursday. How are you, sir?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. What's your thoughts on Penn and ESPN terminating their deal? Come on, you have to be laughing. Come on.
A little bit, man. I mean, it's and it's not surprised, They went to Penn was a Barstool, and then ESPN hopped on board, and it's just, if you don't have a good product, it doesn't matter what name you're putting behind it. You need a good product, and there's some people up there, and there's some books that have really dominating share of the U.S. bettors, and then there's guys like us who have been around forever, and every book has its pros and cons, but I never bet at ESPN nor when it was Barstool, I guess, Penn, whatever. So I really can't say, but just from stuff I've read and seen from people I respect, it just didn't seem like they had a good product. You're putting a big name on there, you're putting lipstick on a pig, and people figure it out eventually. So yeah, that's not surprised.
Obviously, you weren't there because I want to get to some other things. But how does something like that happen? You have all the information about what goes into a good sports book. How do you mess it up that bad? Is it just people that don't know the industry?
I've been in this industry 20 years, and I don't want to talk nonsense about people, but there's just suits in this industry. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of people leading some of these places are just, they don't know, they aren't bettors, they're business people, right? And, I consulted for a book, a few years back, and they were making the software, and I was on the call with like their CEO, and he was just some nerd, and they were trying to rush to get open, and you couldn't, with their software, you couldn't parlay like same game spread, the same game total. I'm not even talking about like same game parlay prop stuff, which are kind of controversial. I'm talking like standard stuff, right? Tonight's over to the Raiders or spread or whatever. And the software didn't allow that. And I explained to this dude, and he had a very different accent than mine, that you needed that. Before you went live, you needed that. And the guy's like, well, are you sure? I'm like, dude, you need that. That's I have an old boss back in the day. I always quote him, and he used to run through the office, and he used to yell, know your customer. And it doesn't matter what the hell you're selling. And that's kind of how I found my niche in this industry. I wasn't a marketer. I can't even make a PowerPoint presentation. But I knew the customer. I just grew up on this stuff. It's in the blood. And unfortunately, and I'm not talking about my company, but unfortunately out there's just a lot of suits who don't know this industry. And you see it all across the lines when the government are making regulations and stuff. It's like, this shit just doesn't make sense. It's like, these guys don't get the industry. They don't get the odds. They don't get the math. They don't get the customer, etc. So that's what it comes down to. Sorry for the filibuster here, but it's a kind of a topic that gets me fired up. But that being said, that's kind of how I made my my bones in this industry, I got the customer and I got the product. I know who to sell it to. I know who our customers are, etc. I speak their language. I just, I'm the guy sitting next to them at the bar watching the game. That's how I always viewed myself. And, but that's a lot of these companies that don't have that. They have these CEOs and board of directors making all this money, but they couldn't tell you what a two-team parlay pays right off the top of their head. So, that's what you get.
Amazing. Well,
that's my breath.
No.
You got me fired up,
good.
man. You got me fired up over here. I'm trying to fast, have a nice peaceful day, and you get me fired up.
It's mind blowing. They blew through $1 billion.
It's crazy.
You give you and me $1 billion, we'll come up with the best sports book you've ever seen.
I don't care what the name. You don't need me giving you ESPN name. I don't care what you can, whatever, man. Whatever the name is, it doesn't matter. You give me that much money, we'll make it work.
We'll figure out a way.
Know your customer.
Amen, brother. All right, let's talk some sports here. What's the action on Thursday Night Football tonight?
It's kind of slow, to tell you the truth right now. I mean, it'll come in, but the money's close to 50-50. I mean, the bet count on Denver's like 2-1. But the overall volume's kind of slow as of now. But that'll pick up as the day goes on. But I don't think it's going to be a huge bet game compared to others, like that Dallas game the other night, which was absolutely freaking massive. That was one of the biggest wins for us this year. Looking ahead to some sharp stuff, a little bit on over 42 tonight, a little bit. Indy -5.5, Browns +1 point, Jags +1.5, Bears -3.5, Rams -3.5, Bears under 47.5, Seattle under 45.5, Steelers +3.
What's been the public winning on? How's teasers and moneyline parlays been recently?
Last week they weren't good. The week before they were good, I believe. I don't know. I'm always on like kind of a 1 week memory.
Yeah, Packers had killed everyone.
What was the other game? There's another game. Yep, Lions. Anything that beat up Survivor pools, beat up. Actually, we didn't have a lot on the Lions, but Green Bay was a popular Survivor. But yeah, any of those 9, 7, 6.5, 6 to 9, 10 point spreads that lose outright are just absolutely killing money line parlays and teasers, which pretty much are the two bet type that take the most volume. I mean, on those kind of games, we'll take a lot more teaser money, and I'm talking a lot more teaser money and money line parlay money on the favorites than you do the straight bets on any games, to tell you the truth. So, and we're talking 2 to 3 to 1 volume ratio. So yeah, the games like that, those dictate your day. If the favorites of all those kind of teaser spots, those 6 to 9, whatever, 6 to 14 point, if they all went outright, where you get killed. But we need 1 or 2 upsets or 1 point victories, and it just blows up teasers and money line parlays, and we have a good day. So yeah, that last Sunday was really good, and then Monday was good as well with that game.
What's the start of college basketball season like? What's the handle? Like how is it with the lines? Is it tough to figure out these lines this early?
I mean, it's tough. I mean, we've won 2 out of 3 days, so I can't complain too much. It's definitely probably the toughest out of all the major sports for a North American book to book is November, December basketball. I mean, the sharps are out in full force, especially those totals. The numbers just move so much. We've had a good start. Volume's better than I expected. Usually volume's kind of low in November and December. Then I'll pick up in January. Then I'll pick up more after football. Then March Madness goes through the roof. But volume's been good. We got murdered day 1, had a good day 2, and I just looked at numbers, and yesterday was decent too. So, but long way to go. It's a grind. And like I said last week, this Saturday, with that, a full college football slate. If you're friends with any like traders, I guess we call them. I don't even know what odds guys, whatever. I never know what the hell they'll call these guys on the stage. and your good friend, leave them alone on Saturday. They're going to be on edge with a full slate of football, full slate of basketball. So if you're friends with them, don't friggin' bother them. If you date one, don't bother them on Saturday. Trust me.
All right. So interesting question. Are you going to take more handle on an entire week of college basketball with all these games, or NFL?
You mean NFL Sunday? Or,
yeah, just a week of NFL
or
or a week of
the
college
week.
basketball.
Yeah. Well, put me up to this. I'll say NFL. November basketball versus NFL. I'll still say NFL. Again, if we're just talking to straight bets against the big three, spread money line and totals, you're incorporating props and parlays and teasers and all this other stuff in there, without a doubt, NFL.
Amazing. All these games. There's 100 games today. 100 games every day in college basketball.
Yeah, I know.
NFL will always be king.
Like I said, a lot of publics are sitting out. They don't start paying attention. Like I said, it's kind of 4 seasons of betting. You start out as sharps and really diehard college basketball guys, and then January when football's slowing down and the conference games kick into gear and you have better games, then more bettors come in, and then when football's over, people redirect their money from football over to basketball, college hoops, and NBA and NHL, and then once March Madness hit, it gets ballistic.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at some of the teams. I guess it is pretty hard for the general public to handicap Mercer versus LaGrange.
Yeah, but
probably be tough for the average Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who the hell knows who's on Mercer? But that's why it's so sharp driven in November. There are guys who know frickin' Mercer, and it ain't us. We got the number, but some nerd in Mercyville, whatever, Mercerville, or wherever they're located, he knows that frickin' team and that conference inside and out, and yeah. That's why the Stars had their way in November.
Mercerville. The old Mercerville. If you're ever in town, stop by the bakery.
Yeah, sorry to your listeners if everybody's from Mercer. That my ignorance. I've been out at UF too long, I guess. I don't know.
All right, what are you betting this weekend?
Not a lot as of yet. I got a couple NFLs. I got I'm fading my Birds. I'm going Green Bay -1, and then I got Steelers early at 3 and a hook. So that's all for right now. Nothing else as of this moment. And might be some guys I tail here at work. I might be pressing the submit button here and there, but from just what I like, that's it.
I was dying if you were going to be like, I like that point guard from Mercer. I think they'll cover on Saturday.
Mercer point guard going under a 6.
Dave, you're the best. Hey, somebody asked, I don't know if this opens a complete can of worms. Titans was wondering, does government regulation apply to Bet Online?
We're a global brand.
Okay. That makes sense. Leave it at that. Yeah. Where can we find you at, Dave? You're always a great follower, or a great follow on social media, and tell everyone what you have up at betonline.ag.
At Dave Mason BOL on Twitter. Come on over to betonline.ag this weekend. Like we said, basketball's back. We have some of the earliest opening odds for college hoops. Some respectful limits. We take sharp action. Big NFL weekend. College football is winding down. So yeah, come on over. I just wanted to pile on that answer I just gave, but I always urge people, check your local laws, check your local laws and all that stuff before, deciding where you're going to bet if you have any worries or whatever. But we're a global brand. We're licensed, fully licensed and regulated. We're just not inside the U.S.
Gotcha. betonline.ag. Thank you, Dave Mason, for joining us. He's the best. He's the best. Love our segments. Love having him on. Thank you, Dave. And I say it every week. I am a customer at Bet Online. I have been for years and years and years before I got to WagerTalk, and They just always come out with MMA lines before anybody else. So I'll be a customer for life. All right, we're going to do all around the world here, do some free plays, and then we're going to do a same game parlay with Dan. Joe had an emergency come up, so no Joe Ranieri today, but we'll get with him next week and update that insane LSU situation because we've had a few more things coming. All right, Dan. Ralph yesterday told us about East Maryland or Maryland East Shore, and he gave the spread, and it was a blowout of biblical proportions. He absolutely crushed it. I don't even think they got to 40 points. So this is a free play for Ralph, and we're going right back to another big blowout. Jackson State at Louisville. When I did the graphic, it was 35.5. This has already moved to minus 37.5. So Louisville just beat SC State 104-45. 13 players played. Nobody more than 22 minutes. Jackson State played at Illinois. They lost 113-55. And here's the stat. They got out rebounded 61-19. So Ralph really likes Louisville to hand it to Jackson State. We're going to go over Raiders, Broncos prop. Michael Mayer over 20.5 receiving. All the attention is probably going to be on Brock Bowers tonight. They traded Jacoby Myers, and sneaky stat here. This comes from Jesse Schul. Mayer has 16 targets the last 3 games. Raiders really struggling to run the ball. Probably going to be playing from behind. So Michael Mayer over 20.5 on the receiving. And then we're going to go to a shots on goal prop, Lightning and Golden Knights. Noah Hannafin over 1.5 shots on goal. He played in the first game of the season, and he had 3. He got hurt. He returned on Tuesday. He had 3 shots on goal. What I love is 7 shot attempts in both games. He's gone over this total in 6 straight against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is 25th in giving up shots on goal to the defenseman. This is a client play. Noah Hannafin for the Golden Knights over 1.5 shots on goal. All right, Dan, come on in here. We got a same game parlay that we're going to build.
Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, I think the chat is on board with us. We expect this Raiders team to struggle. We expect some play from behind. I just thought Geno Smith to throw an interception was going to be just almost a lock, but the books agree, and it's just priced way too much. So I think we're going to be focusing on a Broncos win, and we want to get some garbage time. So let's pull up. let's pull up.
We love garbage time. Prop bettors, garbage time is the best time.
Yes. Like if it's 42-10 in the fourth quarter and guys are watching, they have bets going. So we're going to go Michael Mayer, 25 plus receiving. We went over why, and we just think if they try and really cover Brock Bowers, someone's going to be open. So we like Mayer to have 25 plus. You like Trey Tucker 4 plus receptions.
Yeah, and I don't want people to get too caught up in the departure of Jacoby Myers because he really wasn't that heavily featured in this offense. That's partially why he was dealt. It just was never quite really there with he and Geno Smith as far as being on the same page. Who Geno Smith was on the same page as their downfield threat, and figuring playing from behind. Trey Tucker now rising in some target share in this offense. Even before, when Jacoby Myers was still on this squad, he was getting targets like 4, 6, 5, 6. Alone 2 here and there, but then 9 targets, 8 targets, especially in games that they're trailing in. So he's a guy who gets featured often. So I like the 4 or more receptions for Trey Tucker. I was eyeing his yardage, but it's really hard to predict his yardage because he's so boom or bust. As far as if he's going to get a long shot or not. But I think they're going to use him a little bit more as a possession receiver since Jacoby Myers has kind of vacated that spot. So lots of targets tonight, and I think Trey Tucker will get at least 5 or 6 looks his way, and he hauls in 4 of them.
I mentioned Bo Nix 2+ passing touchdowns yesterday. He's playing much better now, especially with the production, fantasy points, props. He's gone over this in 3 straight games. Played against the Raiders twice, had 2 and 3 in those. Raiders not very good. Well, I mean, they're just not good anywhere on defense. So we're getting a really good price here of Bo Nix 2+ passing TDs. And did you just pile on the Raiders? You like J.K. Dobbins?
Yeah, and this one is kind of the one that I was like, hey, what could we throw in there to maybe boost this up a little bit, get some nice plus money? Because when you're doing a same game parlay, this is pizza money that you're sprinkling. So you don't just want, just like a 3-1 or something like that. So that's why we throw in J.K. Dobbins. And it's not like the guy has been scoring much. He hasn't been getting in the end zone. R.J. Harvey has kind of taken a couple touchdowns away from him these last few weeks. But this is more how it matches up and how this game script will go versus a Raiders defense who in all but 3 games this year has allowed the starting running back to score a rushing touchdown. I think J.K. Dobbins will be featured. They get around the goal line. R.J. Harvey is the guy who they typically go through the air with since his kind of little emergence there. J.K. Dobbins is the ground and pound. If they are, in fact, up on the Raiders, J.K. Dobbins is going to be featured pretty heavily. And we saw last week against the Jaguars, you're able to break tackles against this team. You're able to get some movement around the goal line. So, we clearly like the Broncos to at least score 3 touchdowns in this game, which also, Andy, would lead me to be betting the over in this game. But nice little 4-piece there for you that I think kind of makes sense. If the game script that we have is wrong, these still have a chance to go, even if it's a back and forth kind of affair. So I think this isn't reliant on one solo game script, which I kind of like about our SGP here.
Yeah, there's your 8-1 same game parlay. That's going to do it for us on today's show. Thank you, Dan, for jumping in. And thank you to Yanni. Thank you to Dave Mason. Thank you guys for watching. Again, Week 10 NFL Props Pack is up right now. Coming off of a 5-6 week last week, 8-4 the week before. We're hitting over 55% of our bets, and we are in play tonight. So you want to get that props back. That way you get tonight's best bet. Includes tonight, Sunday, and Monday. Also, we got 2 NHL plays. I talked about one earlier today, and we still have that prop special going on, $69 for 7 days. You get NBA and NHL. These are 18 and 11. We're 18 and 11 in props since Sunday, so we're feeling really good about our props week. So 7 days. We always say, hey, buy a longer term package instead of just one night. Gives you a chance to show you what we can do. Football Friday tomorrow. Buckle up. Teddy covers, Marco, Yanni, Pick 5 Super Contest, everything to get you ready for the weekend. College football as well. So it's a loaded show. We don't have any time to waste once we get started tomorrow. So thank you guys for joining us. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Buckle up.
Late night college football this Saturday, the final game on the board, late night special. I don't want to say it's the dinner at bailout, but I do think there's some value in this game. I'm going to give you the point spread winner with analysis. San Diego State, Hawaii, late night, 11 p.m. Eastern Saturday, right here, right now. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. And let's break down this game. It'll be one of the more heavily bet games on the nighttime card because it's standalone late night game, as I said, 11 Eastern. San Diego State traveling to the islands to play Hawaii. Always a difficult road trip, but I think the Aztecs are made to take it because they're an excellent defensive team, and they're just red hot right now. Leading the Mountain West, 6 straight wins, but more importantly, 6 straight point spread covers along the way, and they've been favored in each of their last 5 games, and they have still covered each and every one of them. Overall this season, San Diego State is now 7-1 straight up, 7-1 against the number. Their only loss in non-cover was a bad showing in early September at Washington State, but as I said, they bounced back now, perfect 6-0 straight up ATS run since, and I think they remain underrated. My 10,000 game simulation on average has San Diego State winning this game by nearly 8.5 points. Now, offensively, these are 2 mediocre offensive squads, but the big edge in this game is the San Diego State defense, which I rank as a top 15 defensive unit in the entire country, even when you factor in the extremely weak schedule they've played. They've played one of the 5 weakest schedules in FBS. Nonetheless, their defensive numbers are still really stellar. They're giving up just 10 points a game, just 3.8 yards per play, and just 5 yards per pass against teams that average 6.3 yards per pass. Hawaii is a pass-based offense under head coach Timmy Chang, loves to throw the ball. They don't do it well, though. 6.8 yards per pass against teams that allow 7.8. They're now taking on a San Diego State defense that's nearly 3 yards per pass better than the opponents they've played. Huge step up in class for Hawaii, and I do think they will struggle in this game. If you're going to play it, lay it with -7. Key number, -7 or less. I like San Diego State here in your late night game at 11 Eastern on Saturday. Hey, what are your thoughts on this game? Side or total? How are you attacking it? Drop them in the comments below. Also, any other games you like? If you're joining us earlier in the day on Saturday, what other games are you looking at? If it's late Saturday night, what NFL games are you looking at for Sunday? Hey, include some analysis. Let's learn and earn and win together here on WagerTalk TV. And if you're finding these free play videos useful, if you like these late night standalone games, I will keep them coming. All I ask is a positive comment below and click that thumbs up like button as well for more free play videos each and every day, each and every week. Over 230,000 subscribers. Can't be wrong. Make sure you've clicked subscribe here on WagerTalk TV for free. And click that bell as well. You'll get an instant alert whenever I post these solo videos and also my big videos such as Saturday's Top 25 College Report or Sunday's NFL Fade the Public. Also the Sunday and Monday night NFL plays for free as well. Click subscribe and click that bell for an instant alert. And don't forget, college and pro basketball is here as well now. There are 4 major sports going on a daily basis, so it is an excellent time to be an all-sport, all-access client. And right now you get an instant 20% discount on a 7-day sampler when you use promo code PLAYS7, P-L-A-Y-S 7. PLAYS7 gets 7 days and nights for just $79. Select the 7-day all sports for $99, and at checkout use promo code PLAYS7 to get the instant 20% discount and get 7 days all sports, all access for just $79. Or if you're already with me for football and you'd like to add basketball, how about a 30-day basketball combo, college and pro, for just $189? I know normally it's $189 for college, $189 for the NBA. Well, you don't have to decide. You get them both. Buy one, get one free with promo code BBALL30, BBALL30, BBALL30. Gets you a 30-day combo for just $189. Buy the NBA college combo 30-day, and at checkout use promo code BBALL30, and you will get the special price of just $189 for both. Not each, for both. It's a 2-for-1 special. Or if you're ready to take a serious investment approach, don't forget I'm offering a $500 discount right now on the 1-year all-access pass. That is a true 365-day all-inclusive membership. Every college and pro football, basketball, and baseball best bet. I know baseball just finished last weekend. We went 11-2 in the playoffs this year, and you'll get all of next year's baseball with that 365-day package. All access, instant $500 discount, and a bonus 25% coupon included. And there's no promo code needed. It's on the main page right now, right above the daily free play. Yes, my last cut for my best bet card goes up free for everyone every day, hitting over 70% of those free plays over the past month, so don't miss them. Go to my page daily, get the free play, and while you're there, check out the special offers. My best bets and the promo codes I just mentioned are all listed there as well with full details. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, and hey, get there quicker with shortcut WT.buzz/SM. On the way out, don't forget to follow me on social media at Steve Merrill, 2 R's, 1 L, MERRIL, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to Wager Talk TV because you know there's more free play videos, including a lot of NFL videos, coming up next.
Yes, everyone. College football, all the biggest games. We're my good friends, Ross Benjamin and Ralph Michaels. We've got a lot on the dock. LSU, Alabama, Texas A&M, Missouri, Oregon, Iowa, Notre Dame, Navy. Well, it's a big spread, but it's a game I think a lot of people will be watching Saturday night. And, of course, our top 10 showdown is Texas Tech and BYU this week. A top 10 showdown with a double-digit spread, I may add. Also, any game you got besides those that you guys want to talk about, feel free. If you're watching in the chat, drop us a comment, and we will be happy to answer those after we get through our rundown. Ross, I'm going to go to you first, and we're going to start in the SEC. I hope I didn't catch you there. So as we talk LSU and Alabama, this obviously preseason, most seasons is one of the more marquee games to look forward to in the conference. But LSU, well, they didn't like Brian Kelly so much, they decided we'll give you $54.5 million to go away. What a world we live in. And they're off a bye. Ralph has mentioned it several times on the show before. I know we all have, that there's been a new coach bump for a lot of teams in that first game. We saw Florida cover for an interim last week against Georgia, speaking of the SEC. What do you think here? I kind of think I want to fire. If I were to play this game, I would actually fire on the dog, LSU. Alabama, who I know you, before the start of the season, and I agreed with you, might be a good bet to win the national championship. They lose their first game. And then what happens? They haven't lost since. But they've been outgained, Ross, in 3 straight games, and that is what has me concerned. What do you think here?
Yeah, I don't see them getting outgained here. I went into this, Brian, looking at this line, and I just think that Alabama's undervalued in this spot. I really do. Why I say it, LSU's defense is good, but they get worn down, especially against a potent offense like Alabama. And their offense is just so limited and has been so disappointing this season that I just think they're getting too much respect because of their brand name here. Because Alabama, to me, is clearly the better team. And I think they're clearly the better team by a couple touchdowns, especially at home. So I'm going to go with Bama in this spot. Late at 10 points. I just think that this isn't as a marquee a matchup as it's been in prior years. It lacks a little bit of luster here, and it's mostly because of LSU, not because of Alabama. And, yeah, they've been outgained for the last 3 weeks. I know Ralph likes to look at that kind of stuff, but I just don't see LSU being able to match them offensively, and I think that's going to be the big difference here.
Okay. Ralph, Ross telling me basically, hey, BP, keep that money that you want to spend on LSU in your pocket. I don't think so. RJ in the chat there, by the way, noting that the show is quickly becoming one of his favorites. Thank you, RJ. RJ also, as we can tell from his little logo there on YouTube, he knows LSU. And he points out, you talk about the LSU defense wearing down, Ross, no weeks. They're calling you demand, Ralph, in the chat, by the way. So I am going to say, what do you think? I mean, to me, I don't know. Yeah, I'm typically a dog player, so it would be dog or pass, but Ross made some good points there about Alabama. What do you think? Is there any is there anything to the fact that Alabama's been outgained 3 straight weeks?
No. I mean, let's look at what they've been outgained by, Brian. 5 yards, 37 yards, and 8 yards. I mean, that's, you look at the last weeks, they're plus 26 yards per game. You should be mentioning that LSU got outgained by 226 yards at Ole Miss, got outgained at Vanderbilt by 74 yards, and got mauled against Texas A&M, got outgained by 148 yards. I agree with Ross. You look at the last 4 weeks, LSU's getting outgained by 86 yards per game. Their defense has allowed 480 and 426 yards twice. And their rush defense, the last 2 games against Vanderbilt and A&M, 239 yards and 5.3 yards per carry. 2 weeks ago, 224 yards and 5.6 yards per carry. We know that Bama wants to pass the ball more with Ty Simpson than run the ball, but they only have 17 more passes than rushes. When Bama gets in trouble, they don't run the ball well. Against Florida State, they ran for 87 yards, 3.0. Last week against South Carolina, in a game where they only won by 7, they only rushed for 72 yards per carry. They're going to rush for 200 yards. They're going to win this game handily. It's still in the mix to be one of my client plays, so Bama for me.
Okay, there you have it. I came into this show saying, hey, maybe the dog after fire Brian Kelly might be worth a look. Ralph and Ross both told me, no, don't do that, BP. That would be a bad idea. So there you have it. What do you guys think of this game? Feel free to let us know. Again, down in the comments section while you're down there. Hit that thumbs up button. Show your support here for the Blitz. We always appreciate it. And don't forget to click subscribe as well. That way you'll be instantly notified when the show goes live, as we do every 1 p.m. On Thursday, with one exception coming up. I'm sure you guys are aware, Thanksgiving, a very popular holiday in the month of November. That week, we will be going live on Wednesday because, of course, Thanksgiving falls on a Thursday. Always has since the beginning of time. So Wednesday, the week of Thanksgiving, we will be on one day earlier to help you out. And, of course, remember that week is a busy week of college football with a nice slate on Friday. So see you then. But we've got more games to talk about this week, guys. And I mentioned Alabama LSU may not be a top 10 matchup, but I'll tell you what is. Ross, is Texas Tech against BYU.
Yeah.
And this is one to me that would maybe be a contender for your does this line make sense segment on Wager Talk today, because we have BYU. They've not lost a game. They are off a bye. They're getting 10 in Lubbock. Now, I am not a BYU believer. Apologize to all you Mormons out there, but I think Texas Tech is the better team. I agree with this line being at 10 personally. What do you think here? Is BYU likely to go down for the first time this season?
I love Texas Tech in this spot. I mean, the bottom line, you hit it right on the nail on the head. You got the lower ranked team with one loss on the season as a double-digit favorite against the higher-ranked team that's 8-0 and coming off a bye week. I trust the odds makers a hell of a lot more than I do the pollsters. You've heard me say this time and time again throughout the course of our shows. This, to me, is a fishy line. Being the size, I think a lot of people get sucked in on the sizable undefeated underdog and higher-ranked team. I'm not going to be one of them. As a matter of fact, I went into the database, Ralph. You'll be interested. This is right up your alley. When you have a college football undefeated team, now this is not a betting trend. It's a betting angle. A trend is specific teams. A betting angle applies to all teams in specific situation or situations. A college football undefeated team playing after game 7 of the season, so game 8 and beyond, and they're away underdog of 5.5 or greater. They're playing a team like Texas Tech with a win percentage of 857 or better, but they're not undefeated, which most likely 857 or better this late in the year, game 8 on one-loss team. So it applies perfectly to this situation. And those college football undefeated teams as away underdog of 5.5 or greater in this specific situation, 2-12 against the spread, 0-14 straight up. The average line in those 14 games, the away underdog was an average of plus 8.1, and they lost by an average of 19.3 points per game. This speaks volumes to me. I don't put all my eggs in one basket on a betting angle, but it certainly supports the other things I'm looking at. Texas Tech 5-0 straight up in ATS at home this year, and they won by 25 points or more on each occasion and allowed just 10.4 points per game and 238 yards per contest. And Ralph, you'll like this. At home in those 5 wins, they're allowing just 3.6 yards per play. On the other hand, BYU, 5-0 in conference play, but they're allowing close to 386 yards per contest in conference play. And since 2021, Texas Tech, by the way, 7-0 straight up in ATS against FBS teams as a home favorite of 5 or greater, winning by 35 points per contest. Texas Tech for me, Brian.
All right. So the first game, maybe Ross and I had differing opinions. Ross basically told me where to take my idea, but here we're on the same side. I see Titans CT is in the chat as well. He leans the oil money laying 10 with the Red Raiders. Obviously, they went out and spent a lot of NIL money. That's why they're this good. And he makes a lot of good points, Ralph, obviously. Also, we should mention the BYU running back, Martin. He is questionable to play. And BYU, look, you give teams credit for winning, right, guys? But let's peel back this BYU schedule. They were neck and neck with Iowa State. They were a home dog to rival Utah. That's a game where if Kyle Whittingham, I'm not a take the points guy with field goals often, but if Kyle Whittingham would have taken the points, Utah could have won that game, could have won that additional Holy War. And let's also not forget, BYU early in the season on the road, as they are here, Ralph, fell behind old Coach Prime in Colorado. So they've been living dangerously. Is this where do we make it a clean sweep? Is this kind of where it ends for the Cougs?
Yeah, I was showing my pen because Ross stole one of my systems, and this pen says Stat Daddy, so you need to ask my permission before you use that. It's a little different, but I will just share with you, one of the trends I did on the bet on a TA segment. If you take an away dog of 3 or more, again, a lot of this is rehashed or the same subset of Ross, but an away dog of 3 or more that has at least 7 wins and no losses versus an opponent that has a loss. It doesn't matter, Ross, if they're 85% or higher. All they have to do is have at least 1 loss. Those undefeated away dogs of 3 or more with at least 7 wins have gone 10 and 26, 28% against the spread. So either way you look at it, the +3, the +5.5, the win percentages, it just shows you that you're a dog for a reason. And there's no way I can back BYU. You look at a team that played one of the weakest schedules. When you look at conference play, Texas Tech has played 8 slots better. I have Texas Tech with the number 24th toughest conference schedule, BYU number 32. Texas Tech has been a statistical dynamo. They're number 8 in the country, plus 1.7 yards per play. BYU is all the way back to 42 at plus 0.49 yards per play. And then you look at the Texas Tech defense. They're top 15 as far as holding their foes under what their opponents allow. They do run the ball. This isn't the old air raid. I mean, they've had some games. They went to Houston. They ran the ball 50 times. They ran the ball 40 times against Kansas. They ran the ball 44 times against Kansas State last week for 187 yards. Look at BYU's defense the last 2 games. They allowed 470 yards to Utah, including 226 6.1 yards per carry rushing. They allowed 495 yards to Iowa State. Yeah, that's Cyclones offense, 495 yards and 24 first downs. It's Tech for me all day, all night.
All right, Texas Tech. Seems to be a clean sweep here from the panel, and some of you in the chat seem to agree as well. How about here's a question for you guys in the chat. If you guys, or if you're, and even not even if you're watching this live, if you're just catching us on the replay, feel free to comment away. What would be a good money line parlay piece to put with Texas Tech if you're into that kind of thing? Just give us your best answers. Just a reason to let's keep this thing interactive. And speaking of keeping it interactive here, let's go back to the SEC because this game is on our rundown. Many of you are asking about it. Texas A&M. Some people thought they should have maybe been a little higher in the college football rankings there, Ross. They are still undefeated as well, just like BYU. Get a little more respect. They're playing a Missouri team, guys. That obviously has injuries at the quarterback position. Prabula goes down. Would have been a different, who knows if he wouldn't gotten hurt. Maybe it would have been a different story against Vandy for the Tigers, but alas, he's hurt. They lost that game. What do we think here? It seems to be some skepticism in our chat about this Texas A&M team, Ross. What do you think? Do they slip up here or do they keep it rolling?
Well, I mean, I think they would have had a better chance of slipping up if Missouri's top quarterback didn't go down. What I do like in this game is the under. If you look at both of these teams in conference play defensively, they've both been stout. I mean, Missouri's a good team. Look, their defense has carried them a lot because they're only 2 losses. You look at they lose by 3 at home to Alabama, and they lose by 7 at Vanderbilt. 2 pretty damn good teams the last I checked. And this Texas A&M team, they have an explosive offense. But I think what gets vastly overlooked with Texas A&M is how good their defense has been. And I see this playing out as a lower scoring affair. Missouri certainly can't afford to get in the track meet with Texas A&M here to have a chance. So very small lean, though, Brian, on under 47.5.
Okay, there you go. Ralph, what do you think here? We have a small lean to the under from Ross. What angle would you be taking on this one? The third string quarterback, by the way, for Mizzou is a true freshman.
Yeah, I was going to say a true freshman. He did play well, but it's so much different coming in and going 20 of 29, in a backup role versus the team prepping for you as A&M is. It's scary that Ross and I have basically agreed on the first three games. Not scary, because I'm happy to agree with WagerTalk's #1 college football handicap for the last couple of years. But I'm going to go Missouri team total under. Missouri is going to run the ball. There's no question. With a true freshman against this defense has 32 sacks on the year. The Missouri O-line is decent. When you have Hardy, who rushes for 5.9, and you have Roberts, who rushes for 6.5 yards per carry, that opens up some holes. But both teams are basically facing the top rush defenses they faced all year. I think Missouri. I'll actually correct what I meant to say. I'm going to go Missouri team total first half under. They're going to need a lot of time to get this quarterback situated. They're likely going to kick off first to let their defense try to control the game. I don't think they're going to take the ball with a true freshman quarterback with defense. I think they want to let him settled, watch some of the game. So to me, if I'm A&M, I take the ball. If I'm on Missouri, I don't take the ball. That's an advantageous edge for being a first half better, because you likely get one less possession. But the Missouri, the A&M defense, again, allowing 3.9 yards per carry. And the only time they've got rattled all year, besides the opener against UTSA, they went to Arkansas. They allowed 268 yards per game and 8.4 yards per carry. But that Arkansas rush game and that Arkansas offense is leap years ahead of what Missouri is. So for me, conservative game plan for the young quarterback, for an offense that the last 4 weeks already has only averaged 356 yards per game, and that was with Pribula in. First half team total under for me.
All right. Drilling it down a little bit more with the first half team total under. That's the way Ralph is going. Certainly A&M, you don't need to remind me, guys. A&M played one heck of a second half against LSU there 2 weeks ago. Both these teams off buys. It'll be interesting to see Ahmad Hardy, what the running back for Mizzou, what he can do in this matchup. Obviously, a lot more pressure on him with the injuries at the quarterback position. All right, let's take a break from our rundown real quick. Ralph, I know we have another exclusive deal to let the people know about here on the Blitz. Why don't you tell everyone about that right now?
Well, the Weekend Warrior is still active, guys, so don't worry. If you're interested in that, it's a great deal. Feel free to do that. But we do have an exclusive special just for the three of us. So it's good for Brian, Ross, and me, and you can use it as many times as you want on the three of us. It's good through Sunday at midnight. The code is BLITZ25, no space, BLITZ 25, and it's 25% any package of $2.99 or more. So to give you two examples, the rest of the college football season is currently $2.99. If you want one of the three of us for the rest of the season, the code BLITZ25 will save you $74.75. You pay just $224.25. But listen to this. If you get the college football and NFL combo, it is just $130 more than the college football season is by itself. So while the college football is a great deal, seriously, guys, for $130 more for the NFL for the rest of the year, it's a no-brainer to me. So Blitz 25, check it out. By the way, I have a 5% NFL play tonight in the NFL, and I have a 5% play loaded already for Saturday. My college football 5%'s 11-2, 85%. The last 2 weeks I've had totals. They've covered by a combined 38 points. Get the Weekend Warrior now. You'll get that college football play immediately.
Ross, I want to give you, thank you for, by the way, Ralph, for doing that. Ross, I want to give you now a chance to talk about what you've got going on. And I also then want to get into our next game on the rundown. It is a very interesting game. I think the most interesting game of the weekend, because we were all aligned on Texas Tech against BYU in the top 10 matchup. But for me, the most interesting game is Oregon, Iowa. So you could take it whichever direction you want, Ross. If you want to tell the people what you've got going this weekend and then go right into the breakdown, feel free. But Oregon, Iowa is next on the docket. So there you go.
Yeah, Saturday in college football, 3 to 5 plays, not posted yet, but they will be. And 5% top play included, 7-2 on college football, 5% best bets this year. And I'm coming off the first losing weekend in football since the first week of September. So beware of the wounded boss, and that's Ross when he's coming off a losing week, because I respond more times than not in a huge fashion, and I plan on doing so here. And again, don't forget the 365-day all-access pass as well, folks. Usually $19.99. Now it's $14.99, and you're going to get $500 off, a little more than $4 a day. Why do I bring that up? Because over the last 6 months, I've now made a net profit of 132 units in all sports. And that's even with a terrible week last week. So I'm bouncing back, and take advantage of these offers. And listen to what Ralph said, too. Those are some pretty damn good offers from me. College football, number one in win percentage, number one in return on investment, number two in units earned, 26-14 this season, 65%, over 40 units in net profit. Went number one in both win percentage and units earned last year in college football. 2023, I was number two in my college football and NFL combined, Brian. Even with last week where it was just terrible, I'm still a combined 40-24 in college football and the NFL since September 11th. So that Weekend Warrior special, folks, $49. Take advantage of that. It's an absolute steal.
Yeah, obviously bad weekends can happen. They happened to me 2 weeks ago, Ross. 2 weeks ago, it bit me, but we bounced back last week. I'll tell the people about what I've got going on in a little bit. You see, if you're watching us live, you see in the chat right now, hey, guys, if there's any other games you want to talk about, we are going to talk about Oregon, Iowa here in a second. Notre Dame, Navy as well. That completes our round. Any other games you want to talk about, drop them in the chat, and we will be sure to get to them after we get through our rundown. So, all right, Oregon, Iowa. Actually, let me go to you, Ralph. I'll give you the first crack because I know that you guys were agreeing so much on the first. I want to give you the first crack on one now, Ralph, on this Oregon, Iowa matchup. I think it's very interesting. Preseason, I bet Oregon to miss the college football playoff. Right now, it does not look like a good bet. That's the one in my preseason Power 5 that I don't know if we're going to get there, folks. But I'm looking at this Oregon schedule. Guys, rest of the way, there's some landmines. And this week, Kinnick, it's a tough place to win. I think Iowa deserves to be ranked. I don't know what you guys can think about that. But I've got them power rated in the top 20. Ralph, is Iowa live here? Can they pull the upset or at least stay within the number? Oh, my.
Nope. You look at their defense and you say, oh, my God, they can slow anybody. They're only allowing 235 yards per game. They're only allowing 84 yards rushing and 3.6 yards per carry. And they are only allowing 55.8% completions. Those are absolutely amazing numbers. But let me just quickly go down their schedule and tell me how many top 30 offenses you see. Iowa State, UMass, Rutgers. Rutgers is the top 30. They allowed 400 yards. Indiana, they lost to Indiana. They played a good game against Indiana, allowing 337 yards. That was 189 yards under their average. So I do give them that. And then Wisconsin, Penn State, Minnesota. So their numbers are based on their very weak set of offenses they faced. Indiana, to me, was in a situation where they're still learning how to win. Granted, they got there last year. They got to the playoffs, but a unique situation. For Oregon, you You go to Penn State, you win that game. Penn State was still a partial team at that point. You come home, you lose to Indiana. You go take out your frustrations against Rutgers with 750 yards. You play Wisconsin, another good defense, and that is 335 yards. So you see that they have been slowed a couple times against Big Ten defenses, but I think that helps them here. The difference is against Indiana, they couldn't rush the ball. And even though Iowa's got some good rush defense numbers, they did allow 170 yards to Penn State. They allowed Wisconsin 127 yards. I think that's the difference in this game. Oregon will be able to rush on Iowa. Last couple games for Oregon, 200 plus yards. They've topped 200 yards rushing 5 times. They're averaging 6.3 yards per carry. In Big Ten play, they're averaging 5.8 yards per carry and 210 yards per game. It's not going to make my card. It's not even in my top 20. But I think Oregon does get it done against Iowa. I think them seeing a couple tough defenses in Indiana and Wisconsin clearly helps them in this situation versus Iowa facing the fastest team faced all season.
Okay, Ralph not buying the dog in this spot. Ross, Titan CT in the chat, he brought up a point. Yes, this is true. Dan Lanning, the head coach of Oregon, of course, he whined and got this kickoff time moved down to 3:30. He did not want the noon Eastern kickoff. Obviously, Oregon coming from the Pacific time zone since the Big Ten expanded. There's been a lot of discourse, rightfully so, about the teams out west starting early, the teams from out east kicking off late. What do you think, Ross? 3:30, good, nice, neutral kickoff for these two teams from different time zones. How do you handicap this one?
Yeah, I agree with Ralph. It's really scary, right, Ralph? Four games in a row now. We agreed. I'm almost going to disagree with you on Navy Notre Dame, just so we don't jinx each other. But in any event, look, here's the difference I see. Iowa's improved offensively compared to what they've been, but they're still borderline anemic. I mean, yeah, they're very misleading, 31.3 points per game when you consider the fact they're only averaging 318 yards per contest, and they're only averaging 5.2 yards per play. Then you go on the other side in Oregon. Everybody thinks about Iowa's defense, and that's the main thing to look at. And usually they have the better defense in any matchup they play against the opposition for the most part. But I beg to differ here because Oregon's defense is probably the most overlooked part of their game. And they're only allowing 16 points per game and 263.7 yards per contest. This Oregon's offense, this is where the difference comes in. You're looking at a team that's averaging 517 yards per game and 8.1 yards per play. And that's on the road, okay? So in all games, they're averaging 485.1 yards per game and 7.5 yards per play. On the road, Ralph, this Oregon team is plus 3.9 yards per play net, okay? When you look at Iowa, again, at home, they're plus 1.7, but overall, again, I just think Oregon's offense, this is a typical example of a team that might be able to stay in the game with their defense early, meaning Iowa, but I just see Oregon wearing them down from an offensive standpoint because they're able to stay on the field and sustain drives a lot more than Iowa does. And if they could stay away from turnovers, especially creating short fields and not giving up a special teams return touchdown, that's where Iowa has really amped up their points per game as compared to what they're really gaining per contest. I think Oregon wins this game by a couple touchdowns. I'm going to take the Ducks here, -6 on the road.
All right, we got some Duck believers here on the panel. Ralph, yes.
Let me just add one more thing for the Oregon Ducks. Their offense are almost like hockey lines. Listen to these stats for their 4 running backs this year. Whittington, 433 yards, 8.5 yards per carry, 4 TDs. Hill, 357 yards, 9.9 yards per carry, 3 TDs. Davison, 352 yards, 7.0 yards per carry, 10 TDs. And Lemur, 5.9 yards per carry, 3 TDs. That is 4 running backs, 250 yards, 6 yards per carry, and all of them have 3 touchdowns or more. When you have that type of depth in your backfield, that is damn scary.
It is. And look, all your guys' points are well taken. I'm going to say this, though. Maybe it's not this week. But Oregon still has USC. They still have Washington. For those of you in the chat who are a little skeptical about this team, maybe like I am this Oregon team, they're going to lose before the end of the regular season. They will drop one game. It may not be here, but Oregon will drop a game before the end of the regular season.
I see a Miller Lite bet on the line here, Brian.
Okay.
Brian, you're talking about landmines. What are the 4 games? I mean, I know they play Washington.
They're at Washington, and they host USC. I think USC is a good football team. And remember, Lincoln Riley does not have to leave the Pacific time zone for that game. Always.
Yeah, but I mean, again, USC, if that game was at USC, I could see it. USC to go into Oregon in the position Oregon's in, going in undefeated and looking for one of those top 4 seeds. I don't see it, but again, we'll see how it plays out.
Brian, just FYI, Brian, my power ratings have Oregon only by 11.5 at home against USC. So I can.
Stranger things have happened. It's college football in November.
USC is good, Brian. I agree with you. They are a good team.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, stranger things. I just feel like Oregon, everyone just assumes they're going to be in the playoff. You know what they say about when you assume. All right, we have one more game. I assume Notre Dame's going to beat Navy this week, guys, but we have a very large point spread to talk about. And I generally like service academies as underdogs. Now, Navy, they've failed to cover 5 in a row. They were unbeaten, by the way, going into last week. They ran into the old Mean Green of North Texas. The odds makers were telling you there, Ross, that what they thought that they tried to tell the people that Navy was going to suffer their first loss, and sure enough, they did. North Texas looked good. Notre Dame, another one of those teams that just basically, obviously, they just need to win out. They're in the college football playoff. What do you think here? Believe it, my power ratings actually said this number was short at the open. The market agrees. Notre Dame's taken some money, but I don't want to lay this. I know Navy, it's not, the 1950s. They're not totally going to slow it down. And the game got away from them last year against Notre Dame, but I don't like laying this many points against the Service Academy. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the last 2 matchups. Navy went into the Notre Dame game last year as a 6-0 team and nationally ranked and lose 51-14.
Yeah, Notre Dame was awesome in that game.
Yeah. And the year before, they played in Ireland, and Notre Dame won 42-3. Both games were under Navy head coach Brian Newberry, who's now in his 3rd year. So Brian Newberry's had very little success against Notre Dame, and joined the club because a lot of teams in the last couple of years haven't had a lot of success against Notre Dame. The big thing here, I'd like to. I just can't lay a number this big confidently. But if you put the proverbial gun to my head, look, here's the thing. Navy they're an improved passing team, and I'm sure Ralph will point that out. They have a very good quarterback in Blake Horvath, who could beat you both with his arm and his legs. However, still, their cup of tea is running the ball, and that's their strength. And you look at even last week in that loss against North Texas, they had 311 yards rushing, 411 yards of offense. What killed them last week, they outgained North Texas. The problem was, they did not outgain. I take them back, but they were outgained by just 33 yards. But turnovers killed them. I mean, they turned the ball over 3 times. They didn't force any turnovers. And you look at Navy's turnover differential, and it's pretty much about even. But you look at Notre Dame. Look at Notre Dame in their last 6 games. They forced 3, 4, 2 turnovers. And they forced, 3, 6, 9, 13, 15, 17, 18, and they've only turned the ball over 8 times. They're plus 10 turnover margin. And Navy, don't forget, folks, again, their calling card is their run game, and their pass game is improved, Ralph. But the bottom line is they're not built to come from behind. And I just don't see how they stay in this game competitively where they could just continue to run the ball time after time. And Notre Dame's pretty darn good against the run, Ralph, the last time I checked.
Damn you, Ross. All right. So let me say this. You say, oh my God, Navy's rushing the last 4 games, 282 yards per game and 6.7 yards per carry. But I want to point out 2 things. How many FBS teams are there?
Yeah, there's
136.
I mean, you're talking about Air Force, Temple, Florida Atlantic, and North Texas.
Exactly. Okay. There's 136 FBS teams. We've played 7, 8, or 9 games this college football season. Navy has played the number 146th toughest schedule. That means at least 13 FCS teams have played a tougher schedule. The last 4 games that Ross just mentioned, those teams have rush defenses of 129, 130, 124, and 115. Now, one team better than 115th rush defense. Oh, yeah, by the way, Notre Dame, number 12. Let's also remember, it is much different playing a option team if you don't regularly see them. Well, guess what? Notre Dame preps for this every summer. They see Navy every year. In fact, last year, they played Navy and Army. So they saw 2 option teams. So you have a team that knows how to prep for the option, by far the best rush defense they've ever faced, and a team that is shell-shocked playing this good of a team in Navy. I'm going to go Navy team total under. And, I'm going to go full game on this one in case something fluky happens in the first. But there's no way I can get to the Navy side. I'm not interested in laying out Notre Dame because Notre Dame has not played fast. They've scored quickly a couple times, but they're actually number 103 in plays per game. And Navy's number 121 in plays per game. Add it up to me. It is Navy team total under. That gets me out of the laying the big chalk with the Irish. And therefore, Ross and I don't have to have the same play.
Hey, all right. Hey, sometimes, the people probably like it when we agree. Obviously, it can make them maybe a little more confident in their own bets. The Navy schedule is fascinating, Ralph. I've got it up here. They were a double-digit favorite each of those first 7 wins to open the year. They're a dog last week to North Texas. Obviously, they're a huge dog here to Notre Dame. Well, guess what? They're going to be a dog the next 2 games, too, against USF and at Memphis as well. So their record certainly wasn't.
Yeah, and
with 2 offenses that can score with anybody. Navy's going to have to score 40 to be in either one of those games. We'll see if they can.
Yeah, and here's the thing: they've been a favorite all along until the North Texas game, but against FBS opponents this year, Navy's just 1-6 against the spread, and they won 6 of those 7 games straight up. So it's not like I can make a strong case. Compared to last year's Navy team, I think this year's Navy team is a bit weaker. And I think the big difference is they were much better defensively last year than they were this year. They are this year.
Yep, Ross, good point. The last 4 games for Navy against those crappy opponents, they allowed 460, 518, 450, and 424. You're talking about a defense that isn't very deep, getting worn down. And the 4 games of the season, they allowed about 300 yards per game. Last 4, they're at 463. I'm going to say the last 4 games, they might be allowing 550 yards looking at Notre Dame, USF, Memphis, and then, Army. They have Army.
Army to close the year. And that's they could go from 7-0 to 7-5 real quick.
Yeah, so and I think the difference, too, though, is Notre Dame's defense as opposed to UCF and Memphis. Notre Dame's defense is on another plane. UCF is very good, but look, they give up a lot of yards, okay? Same thing with Memphis. You look at their defensive numbers, not even close to the caliber of this Notre Dame defense. So, a lot of aspects to look here. At the end of the day, it's still a big point spread. And I don't disagree with Ralph's under on Navy, though.
Yeah, they always call it the great equalizer for a reason. Look, I've since apologized. Remember, Notre Dame's defense was called out early in the year. It was not playing up to stuff after the losses to Miami and Texas A&M. And then they just flipped the switch, start with that Arkansas game, man. I've got on the record on the Power 5, guys. I've apologized because I didn't think Notre Dame was going to be able to do it and run the table, make the playoff. And now, obviously, the odds.
You look, they only allowed 324 yards to Miami. That's not bad performance at all. That's a season low for Miami. So while you say it's a bad, I actually say it's a positive.
It's aged well.
Season low. Yeah.
Yeah, it's aged well, and obviously, the fact that Notre Dame was favored in both of those laws. This is a team. Notre Dame is very high. They're a top 5 team in my power ratings right now, Notre Dame. So they've got them in the right direction. So, sounds like we all think Navy's lost at sea. We are never lost at sea, if I may use the terrible pun there, Dan Alexander, because we have the chat. We will be getting to our best bets momentarily. All 3 of us have a best bet to share with you. But before that, obviously, this is a live program. We want to stay as interactive as possible. So let's now turn to some of your questions. And we've got one on UConn and Duke. Tough spot for Duke. Stepping out of the ACC play, laying a number on the road. I like UConn here, plus the points. Titans CT, I'll tell you that right now. This is close to even actually making my card. I think the dog is absolutely live in this one. I don't know if either of you guys have anything to share on that one.
Well, if you go by common opponents and you believe in that theory, UConn played at Syracuse earlier this year and took the Orange to overtime, and that's with Steve Angeli at quarterback.
Yes. Big difference for Syracuse, yes.
Yeah, and then Duke at Syracuse earlier this season, and they win 38-3, a real lopsided game at Syracuse. So if you believe in that common opponent and matching how each team did against a common opponent, Duke's definitely the better team here, Brian, and they definitely have more class. But you make a good point. I mean, it's a hell of a time to stick in an independent with not a big brand name in the middle of your ACC schedule.
I'll tell you what, I really like I like the UConn offense. I like what Moore has done. I like the over in this game. I mean, both offenses are far superior to their defenses, and Duke put a 46 against Clemson, right? And then they got them in Virginia. So I'm looking to look at some Duke overs and UConn last week against UAB. They put up 38. UAB only put up 19. Week before, 400 yards at Rice, 455 yards at Boston College, 527 yards at against FIU. Again, some weak defenses as well, but I like the Jim Mora offense for the Huskies.
The chat can correct me if I'm wrong on this one here, guys. I believe Duke, when they played Syracuse, that I believe was Syracuse's first game without Angeli after the Angeli injury.
Ricky Collins was the quarterback. But still, it was still a one-sided.
It absolutely was.
Yeah.
Here's something to consider, though, when you're getting this many points with UConn, guys. This is unbelievable. I swear it's true. I would never lie to the people. I would certainly never lie to either of you, Ross or Ralph. There are 5 teams in the FBS that have not lost a game in regulation this year. Okay? One of them is UConn. UConn, all of their losses are in overtime. Give me the points with the Huskies here.
Strength of schedule, though, Brian.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you.
And, you can say it's a positive. You can also say it's a negative that they don't know how to finish. But again, that to me would only be relevant if you have a line between the threes or between the touchdowns for that type of team that can't finish a game.
All right. Let's get another question from the chat here. And, Jay Buff is in, as always. Jay Buff joined us for the college basketball show, if I may have a shameless plug here. Full Court Press, WagerTalk's new college hoop show involving myself. Yes, if you can't get enough of me here on the Blitz. I also do an hour every morning with Rob Vino and Adam Trigger talking college hoops card. Jay Buff joins. That show is live as well. We take your questions. Hope to see you there again every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern. Jay Buff likes Kentucky and Wake Forest. And it says no Ohio chatter. Yes, okay, I'll be honest with you. We cheated on that game-winning touchdown on Tuesday against Miami. I'm not going to run from it, okay? It's Halloween week, Jay Buff. You come from a different campus down to Athens that week, strange things are going to happen to you. We got away with a hold. We won the game. I'll take it. I had Ohio. That was my $5 Tuesday play, by the way. But what do you guys think? Ross, you pick one of them. I'll let you pick first. Do you want to go with the Kentucky hosting Florida or Wake Forest traveling to this absolute luck box Virginia team? You pick one, and then I'll let Ralph tackle the other.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kentucky here as a 3-point dog. They finally got off the schneid them in Mississippi State last week to get their first SEC wins in quite a while. They had the longest losing streaks in SEC play going into last week. Kentucky's offense is much improved. That was their enigma to start the season, but they've come on as the season has progressed. Florida losing that heartbreaker to Georgia, even though I think all of us said that was a danger spot for the Georgia Bulldogs. Mm-hmm. Why were they just a 7-point favorite in that game? So I'm going to have a lean toward Kentucky here, catching the 3 at home against a Florida team again that's playing with a lame duck coaching staff. And Stoops over at Kentucky has been a mainstay there. And I think the Kentucky Wildcats carry over the momentum from a win a week ago and continue it here against the Florida Gators.
Okay. Ralph, you want to talk about Virginia Wake Forest? Look, I've said my piece on this Virginia team on Malton. Yes, my good friend Aaron Kidd was very upset with me on Twitter when I called his team the luckiest team in America. Look, they're the luckiest team in America. I mean, and by the way, if you had Virginia last week, I hope you said your prayers afterwards.
Is Virginia
that was
more
unbelievable.
Lucky? Is Virginia more lucky or is Auburn more unlucky?
That is a great question.
Combination of both, Ralph.
That is a great question. Yes, I know those teams are at polar opposites of the luck ratings this year for sure. But did you have anything on that in angle? Obviously, Wake Forest traveling to Virginia. The only problem is I think the number's a little short. Odds makers know everyone wants to bet against Virginia, and they're not giving us the numbers we want, Ralph.
You know, I did not see the Cal game against Virginia, but I mean, I obviously heard what happened. But I'll tell you what I cannot get out of my mind, and sometimes it doesn't matter how long you've been handicapping. As bad as Chandler Morris looked at North Carolina 2 weeks ago, he looked like he had deer in the headlights. Now, granted, North Carolina's defense has greatly improved the last 5 or 6 games. I actually think they're probably like a top 30 defense if you look at what the Tar Heels done. But this is at home, so that puts it in a different perspective. But I like the Wake Forest defense as well. They're actually a top 20 defense. They're holding opponents to almost 100 yards per game under what their average allows. You don't think about it, but they allowed Florida State 421 last week. That's actually Florida State's only 4th highest. They held SMU to a season low 246 the week before. I'm not going to get there because Chandler Morris at home can be a different quarterback than he can. But my first instinct would be lean under, but this is way down at the bottom of my pile. So don't put too much stock in my opinion.
Obviously, for anyone who missed it, Virginia had a late pick 6 to cover the spread last week at Cal. So there you go with that one right there. By the Wake Forest, I guarantee you they're going to play better than they did last week against Florida State. Florida State was a winner for me last Saturday night. Boy, did they come out of the chutes playing. That was the Seminoles. That was the best the Seminoles looked since the Alabama game. So you could bet Wake's going to come out with their hair on fire after being embarrassed down in Tallahassee. Do we have another question from the chat, sir? And what do you think about Vandy giving Auburn? Well, there it is. Okay, from the lucky to the unlucky. Auburn. Ralph mentioned them. Auburn, another team, Hugh Freeze. He's got more time to make phone calls, I suppose, now. But let's see. I don't know. They can't lose them all, can they, guys? I mean, this is the interim coach. I mean, when they lose close. I kind of want to take Auburn, to be honest here. Do you guys have any opinion on this?
Ralph's got a good stat on interim coaches this year. They got a pretty good record, so I won't steal his thunder. But, yeah, I mean, Vandy, Auburn's a tough team to blow out. At the end of the day, they play very good defense and are catching points at home. I certainly wouldn't be brave enough to predict an outright upset here, but I do think very small lean. This isn't going to be on my premium card. I do think that Auburn will stay in this game throughout, and that will give them an excellent opportunity to stay inside this number. So, Ralph?
I'm just going to lean under. To be honest with you, I think I had the Auburn game wrong the first 5 weeks, and I've just stopped looking at them, thankfully, because they can be so frustrating, But it's tough to be an SEC team and think that you had a shot to be, middle of the road bowl, and now all of a sudden you lost 5 of your 6 games. The only game you won was Arkansas, and the only reason you beat Arkansas is because you're plus 3 turnovers. You put Auburn on a playing field, and if a team doesn't turn the ball over, they're not going to win. You look at Vanderbilt; they've only been minus turnovers in 3 games. They were -1 against Texas, which may have cost them the game, -2 against Alabama, which they lost, and -1 against Virginia Tech. Again, a shitty team early in the year. But to me, Vandy is a team that everyone believed in. Pavia was so excited. Losing to Alabama doesn't dash their hopes, but the comeback against Texas is tough. All that emotion in the fourth quarter to get close and then end up losing and then coming back home. 2 desperate teams. So I'll lean under and I'll lean Auburn, I guess.
Interim head coaches this year, Ralph.
I think they're 6-0. I might have missed one, but
Colorado State did lose. Colorado State lost to Wyoming, didn't they? I think that's and then Florida covered
Wyoming
last.
shut them down.
And Florida,
to 3
and
points,
Florida
so.
covered last week, but didn't win.
And I liked Wyoming last week too. That again, I said this a couple weeks ago. That is a situation that would not faze me. That is not a long-term trend. That is just something that's happened this year because of certain. And even we talked about the new interim at LSU. These coaches are becoming very creative. Going back to the LSU game, I think Wilson is their head coach now. He's an Orgeron and Pete Carroll, and he has a drum that he beats in there, and the players are going to be able to beat the drum if they make a big play. So with college kids, quirky little things like that can get them excited for one game, but it wears off pretty quick.
Yeah, and I could add this too, if I can, Brian, real quickly.
Sure, go ahead.
Is interim head coaches, if the kids believe that the interim head coach has a legitimate chance to take over as a head coach, depending on how they finish the season, now they don't have to worry about transferring because it's a whole new coaching staff. There's familiarity there. So I think that comes into play a lot. And I'd be curious, and I don't know this, Ralph's right. This is an oddity for interim head coaching staffs to have the record they do this year. But I'd be interested in how many of those head coaches that compiled into that 6-1 record really have a legitimate chance to take over that program the following year. At the power conference level, it's normally not the case. Agree, guys, or no?
Yeah. And again, a lot of times you got to remember, most of the guys that become head coaches are the quality OCs and DCs.
Yeah.
Your interims are normally not your OC or DC because they want to keep the continuity in the offense and the defense. So it's the special teams coach or the assistant coach. So the best coach is not always the interim. They're trying to keep the other units calm, peaceful, and have some continuity to them.
Yeah, Dabo Sweeney actually was an interim head coach when Clemson got off to a bad start.
He was the wide receiver coach. He wasn't the OC. He was the wide receiver coach.
It's a good point.
Yeah, and obviously this year has been so unique with so many in season. You don't normally see this. I mean, it's going to happen more and more, obviously. Yes.
NIL money allows them, if there was no NIL money and there were no boosters like they were, LSU doesn't fire them. Florida doesn't fire them. Now it doesn't matter. The money's free flowing.
Yeah, you just don't want to fall behind. It's an arms race in these big conferences. You just don't want to fall behind. Guys don't want to risk, losing seasons. All right.
And look what's happened, right? James Franklin gets fired. And then all of a sudden, Signetti gets a $13 million a year raise. And then some guy in Nebraska, who I think is 27 and 25, gets a $6 million raise because they think they might go to him to try to get their coach. So, being over 500 now in college football is being like an old left-handed starter in the MLB. You just get paid.
Yeah, Nebraska took over a program that was a mess at Nebraska in his defense.
He did.
And I am a big fan. I love what he did at Temple's third year. I love what he did at Baylor's third year. So I am a fan, but I agree with you.
All right. I think we have one more question before we get to the best bets. Best place to find, here's an interesting one, not a specific game, just best place to find both college and NFL advanced stats as EPA per et cetera, PSR, et cetera. Where do you guys go? Is there any place you want to direct Jay to that you go to for stats? Any specific place?
Well, I mean, there's a couple places, but they're pretty much competitors, so I don't want to give any. Well, I could say it because Covers doesn't sell picks anymore. No. Covers and And Stat Fox is another one. It's now called
Stat Sharp. Yeah, Stat Sharp.
Stat
They're
Sharp.
like they're $29 a month now, but I use Stat Sharp.
Very
as well.
reasonable. Yeah.
You know, but I do a lot of my own. I mean, there's not advanced analytics because it's so much different. In the NFL, you can have advanced analytics because at the beginning of the season, you probably only have a 12-point variance from top to bottom. You know, maybe 15 or 18 now when you got some crappy teams like Tennessee.
Yeah.
But in college football, you have a 60-point variance, so the analytics can't work. It's not the same thing.
Yeah,
So
was he asking for advanced analytics or advanced stats?
I think he's looking for stats in general. Jay, if you wanted it, you know what, Jay?
I'll tell you what, a great easy site that's free, CFB Stats, because you can break them down. They have all the national rankings, but on the left toolbar, you can then look against conference teams, against Power 4 teams, against winning teams, against losing teams. So it allows you a lot of ability to be able to divvy out those stats.
All right. Hopefully that answered your question, Jay. If not, feel free, hit us up. You could find, of course, the replay of this on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, and we can answer any specifics and maybe even link you there. Okay, I think we're coming to the end of the program, and that means it's time for our best bets. We're each going to share one here for you. Before I get into mine, I would like you all to know we're heating up this week. Nice 6-1 run in football since last Saturday. That includes a perfect 3-4-3 in college. Hit our game of the week. Thankfully, we got in at 2.5 with Texas last week. My thoughts and prayers to those of you who got stuck with the 3 or even worse, 3.5. That was horrible. Hey, I was with you. I was afraid that Vandy was going to go for 2 and get inside all numbers there, but thankfully they didn't. Had the winner with Ohio as part of $5 Tuesday. So that made it a 6-1 run overall in football, 67% in the NFL going back to October the 6th. That includes the Cardinals outright on Monday night. And speaking of underdogs that I think are live, let's go to Saturday for my best bet. It is the Temple Owls. Somebody cue up the Owl gif here for me. Here's the deal with Army. Temple's playing Army. Temple's getting 7. Here's what you need to know about Temple, okay? They did not play well last week against East Carolina. They're set on the back end. They got carved up by the East Carolina passing attack. Well, guess what? They don't need to worry about that against Army, who runs a triple option. Now, Army's coming off a game against Air Force. Obviously, that's always an emotional situation, part of the Commander-in-Chief Trophy Series. Army wins that game 20-17 on a last-second field goal. But they were outgained, okay, by a modest 40 yards. But here's the key. Army was +3 in turnovers. 2 of those Air Force turnovers came in the red zone. And that game-winning field goal was set up by a kind of wild 40-yard pass. Temple, we talked in the Notre Dame Navy breakdown earlier in this program. We talked about preparing for these service academy teams. Well, Temple's already played Navy. Temple should have won that game. I was on Temple plus the points. They should have absolutely won it. Temple has pulled some upsets this year as well, guys. Not only did they cover against Navy, losing by only 1 as a 10-point dog, but they won outright. Granted, at home against UTSA, and UTSA is not the same on the road as they are at home. But still, this is a Temple team that's played teams tough. I like them in the underdog role. The fact that we're able to get them 7 here, I think, is a good deal. So give me the 7 with the Owls. Temple. That is my show best bet. Ralph, I'll go to you next.
Again, if you're watching live, a 5% NFL up now. If you're not, grab that Weekend Warrior or take advantage of Blitz 25. That is valid only for Ross the Boss, Brian Power, and myself. 25% off any package, $2.99 or more. I'm going to go Arkansas State. Now, I don't watch many Sun Belt games. I watch some highlights, and I do a radio or pod show every Friday morning from Alabama with Longshore and McKnight. And Barry McKnight is actually the play-by-play caller for Troy. So we talk Troy football a lot on the show, and I get a good feel for it. So I watched this Arkansas State team beat Troy last week, and the offense only had 297 yards, but that defense was amazing. Now, we're not talking about an elite offense with Troy, but when you hold someone to 187 yards, 11 first downs, and you sack them 9 times, it catches your attention. This Arkansas State defense has held 2 of the last 3 opponents to a season low, the other opponent to a season number 2 low. They have 13 sacks on defense, 2 sacks on offense the last 3 games. Southern Miss has a very good offensive line. They don't rush the ball well, but they do hold them sacks. I think that breaks up the game. And then I look at rush defense over the last 3 or 4 weeks. I give the edge to Arkansas State as well. At home, 4 straight wins. They beat an FCS team. They lose 4 straight. They win 4 straight. SMU, 4 straight wins. I'm going to take the home team, better current form for the defense. And I actually feel a team that can run the ball better than the Eagles. So Arkansas State for me, go Red Wolves.
All right, the Red Wolves. So it's Temple. That's Arkansas State.
Okay, Ross, we've got like top 20 teams if you go from the bottom
I was going to say,
of the rankings.
I was going to say, hey, that's what the rundown is for. The rundown is to talk about those marquee games that everyone wants to hear about. Ross, round out this 3-leg parlay.
Yeah, sometimes you got to go to the FBS group of 5, to find the hidden value. And I think I have one here. I think Ralph may as well. You know what, Ralph? You're a marketing genius. The state of Alabama, I think that might be the most popular state for sports betting, or especially college football betting, in the state of Alabama. And I also would pay to see the expressions on people's face with those southern draws down there to listen to Ralph talk, So anyway, you're my idol, Ralph. In any event, FIU is squaring off against Middle Tennessee State this week. The total in this game is 51. I look at these types of things. Both teams are coming off an under. And FIU has played 3-0 to the over in their last 3 games, following an under in their previous contest. Those 3 games, 66 points per game. Middle Tennessee is certainly not an offensive juggernaut, but I think they'll get their fair share of points here, and I'll tell you in a second why. But they're also coming off an under, like I alluded to, 3-1 to the over this year when coming off an under in their previous game, 55.8 points combined scored per contest in those 4 games. FIU, last 3 games, their offense really clicking at 439 yards per game, and they're averaging in those 3 contests 71.3 offensive plays per game. Ralph can speak better than this, but I think that's a pretty good tempo, Ralph. And their defense over their last 4 games, 32.5 points per game allowed, over 443 yards of total offense to the opposition. So I think Middle Tennessee they'll go over their season average in points and yards in this contest. And FIU, like I alluded to, playing at a very fast pace and very improved offensively. I gave you the numbers over the last 3 games. I'm going to go over the total of 51 in the game between Middle Tennessee State and FIU.
Hey, Brian, let me quantify one thing for Ross, because Ross, I actually have those numbers. FIU is number 29 in the country in plays per game, so very fast. Middle Tennessee is only 79 for the season, number 79 at 66 plays per game. But in conference-only action, they are actually number 28 in plays, running 71.5 plays per game. So you have 2 teams in the top 30 as far as pace is concerned.
Thank you, Ralph.
All right. There we go. And there we go with the Blitz squad ride right there. Yes, an all group of 5 3-leg parlay here as Ross is going with the over 51 FIU and Middle Tennessee. Ralph likes Arkansas State plus the points. I like Temple plus the points. That is Conference USA, the Sun Belt, and the American for you right there. Again, all G5. Ralph, let's hit him with it one more time. That promo, the Blitz exclusive promo, before we
Blitz 25 BLITZ 25, no spaces, only for the 3 of us. It can be for the college football season, the college football NFL combo, or any package $299 or more. But Weekend Warrior is still active if you don't want to commit for someone for the whole year. So be it short term, be it long term, we've got you covered at the Blitz.
Okay. There you have it. Another week in the books. Thank you, everyone, for checking us out here that did so live. If you're catching us on the replay, smash that like button. Feel free to comment. We'll be perusing the comment section as the weekend goes along. And make sure you hit subscribe. We'll be back next week, live Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Until then, let's cash some tickets.